Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. Yes, we do have a quorum, Chair, and the Minister is also in the meeting.
Thank you so much. Once again, good morning, honorable members. Please keep the agenda there. We are going to have a very long day. We will deal with SAFA today, as well as a report from the department on the performance of the team. The afternoon, members will attend Parliament. Following Parliament, we will then proceed our meeting with the spending on the World Cup. We will also have welcome and introduction, as you see on the agenda. I want to ask members, is there any proposal that we proceed in this fashion? The Honorable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. I propose that we proceed. Thank you.
Is there a seconder, the Honorable Molatani?
Yes, Chair, I second the proposal of Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I am also now going to give the Portfolio Secretary an opportunity to inform us about any apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We have an apology from Inkosi Luthuli and Ms. Spies, who are both attending the meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education. We also have a standing apology from the Deputy Minister Mabi, who is out of the country on official business. The Minister has indicated that he has a cluster ministerial meeting today and therefore will be attending the meeting intermittently. And then lastly, Chair, about 30 minutes ago, we received an email from Dr. Kumalo that she will not be attending as she is not feeling well. Those are the apologies, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And again, welcome, Minister. I want to start this meeting on I don't know whether to say on a very bad foot, but I'm not going to be long. But I really want, for the sake of the nation, that the Minister will address two issues when I'm going to give him an opportunity now to address us in his opening remarks. He must address the issue of the VAR and also address the issue of the current developments in swimming South Africa in order to inform the nation on the current developments. Members, I want to say that this portfolio committee exists to scrutinize, and I want to congratulate each and everyone in how they are scrutinizing their job pertaining to the policies and implementation and keep the department accountable. And I want to categorically state that, Minister, that this committee was again the premature spending of the VAR. And what we are seeing happening now in the country is unacceptable, of monies that are now being asked to turn back to the department. We have warned as a committee, we have warned against this. We also have asked the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture
I wanted to stand, but I got
an ongoing proof of process on oversight. So this department was supposed to work with partnership with SAFA and other stakeholders before committing 13 million rand that are now being asked back. I get it that there were no proper joint partnership with both the department. Instead, the department acted in isolation, leaving SAFA exposed and the committee sidelined. So the absence of partnership is actually the reason for the delays in what we are seeing. That's why we have found that the accountability when it comes to SAFA is not intact. We also find that when it comes to governance, there's a lot of issues with in SAFA. So I'm going to stop my introduction there because I am very hot under the collar of what is transpired within SAFA and the VR, of which members were so passionate and actually warns against. With that said, I'm going to give over to the Minister to have his opening remarks. Honorable Mtetwa, I see your hand.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Minister, the department. Good morning, SAFA. Chair, I would wish that the Minister also he can also react on the issue of us being unhappy with the late submissions of reports that only gives us a very limited time to look at that. Reports were submitted yesterday. The SAFA one was yesterday, and the department was submitted whilst we were at the summer awards, which means
Thank
that
you.
those reports were ready before the summer, but I mean, at the SACA, sports awards, which means that they were already ready before the sports awards, but were only submitted very late. And then also because he promised that he's going to look into the issue of Honorable Marlon Davis, his unbecoming behavior during a sitting of the parliament, he can also touch on that as he had promised. But I'll also request that
Thank you.
before we start, Mr. Oil, you can also deal with the issue of Honorable Marlon Davis before he participates in this committee.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. I'll grant you that opportunity. Minister, I actually say in our WhatsApp group yesterday that it was a 30,000 word document that this committee received. And I'm not too sure whether it's going to be doing justice, but there are other arguments within the portfolio that members feels that they are ready for this meeting this afternoon. Let me give over to the Minister. Honorable Daniels. I see your hand, please proceed.
Yes. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues. I just want clarity, Chairperson, because I've not seen you raise anything when Honorable Mtetwa, even though he pronounced my name and surname incorrectly today, I can understand because there's many things we don't get right. I want to check with you, Chairperson. You've not had anything or comment to make when Honorable Mtetwa said you also want the Minister to respond on conduct of myself. Since when must the Minister respond on conduct of me as a member of the Portfolio Committee?
Let me put it in this fashion. Honorable Daniels, it's clear that the Minister has not engaged with you. So I'm going to let this matter stand over. There was discussions in the previous meeting. So I have created a precedent in asking the Minister in his opening to make mention about VAR, and I allowed the Honorable Mtetwa to do a similar request and request the Minister to make that announcement as to whether he has engaged. Since your input, it's clear that the Minister did not engage with you. We will then in the next meeting are being forced to make that a ruling. I also promise that I will engage with you, which I did not have time yet. But let me give to the Minister. Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. And good morning to all the members. Good morning to you, Chair. Good morning to the staff of DSEC. Honorable Chair, let me just address the issue of Leader Marlon Daniels, not Davies, but Daniels. Leader Marlon and myself has not had the time to sit down. I will be meeting with Leader Marlon tomorrow. And my intention was to sit him down And as I said, I want to hear his version before because I've heard the version of the committee. So if there's some indulgence, that I will talk to Leader Marlon tomorrow when I see him. So that, as I said, I want to hear his side of the story. Thank you very much on that issue, Chair. Then, Chair, let me answer your questions. The first one, Chair, is regarding swimming South Africa. Chair, you know there is a Sports and Recreation Act in this country. And it's very frustrating for me. That's why we are in the process of calling a workshop with the sole intent to change certain aspects of this Recreation Act. Because what we've seen is that the current one allows people to get away with a lot of stuff that they shouldn't be getting away with. They'll get away with wayward behavior that the minister himself cannot act on, and only SASCOC. And that we're going to change, because it is the country's name that suffers and not the federations. And the arrogance of some of these people, I've seen it even in the portfolio committee, where they are acting very like untouchables, because they understand that for action to be taken. But I have a new strategy I have implemented, which is to speak like in the case of Athletics South Africa. No action has been taken against no one thus far, because mine will be seen as interference. The same with all the other sporting codes. So what has happened with Swim South Africa is simply the people governing swimming in South Africa. Excuse me, I've got a bit of flu, Chair. The people governing South Africa, governing swimming in the world, has now taken action against, and I must say, this is an action that should have been taken by SASCOC, quite frankly. And it's embarrassing. It happened with netball. It's happening with various sporting codes, where we now look like we allow things to happen because no action is being taken against these federations. For the mother bodies to now saying we are taking action. We are. I think today we're writing a letter to the mother body, and we ask them for a transcript of why they took the decision. Although I think we all know, but we just want to make it official. So that's where we are, Honorable Chair, on that matter. Then, Honorable Chair, I want to move to the issue of VAR. And while I'm on the podium, before I get to VAR, I want to bring the committee up to speed with what's happening with the big fight between Comrades CMA, the Comrade Association, the Association for the Comrades Marathon Association, and KwaZulu-Natal Athletics Association. Athletics, you've seen in the media where Athletics South Africa, KwaZulu-Natal Athletics said that the Comrades Marathons will not happen next year, which is the biggest one, the 100th year anniversary of the Comrades Marathon. And they said that will not happen, and the matter has been in court. It's a big fight. Now, just to bring the committee up to speed with what's happening, I called them together. I called all the leaders of the Comrades Marathon Association and the KwaZulu-Natal Athletics, and I called ASA, Athletics South Africa. Well, I listened to both sides of what the complaints as to why is it that you want the Comrades Marathon not to happen. It was a bit embarrassing from the side of the Athletics South Africa and KwaZulu-Natal Athletics, because they were both having different positions in that meeting, while the Comrades Marathon Association had one position and was very clear. I then said, no, let me stop this meeting so that the two bodies, which is one body basically, can sort out the differences. Last night we met with them separately, so they can sort this out. But I made it clear to them that a Comrades Marathon will happen. No one has the power to stop the Comrades Marathon from happening. We are not going to be held ransom by people that think they've got powers that they do not have. I've assured the CMA that the Comrades Marathon is going to go on. The only difference this time it will be bigger, it will be better. And I told ASA and KZN, SA to say that where I'm sitting, before I take a final decision, I'm on the side of the Comrades Marathon Association, because what CMA has done, they have been professional, and they complain that the contribution of ASA and KZNSA is only, we want VIP seats. We want VIP seats. They didn't gossip. They told them. So I just needed to give feedback on that matter, that the Comrades Marathon is going ahead. I made everybody understand that very clearly. In fact, we, as the MEC, Mr. Kaula of KwaZulu-Natal, and myself, what we're going to do, we're going to just make it bigger and better, because it is the Comrades Marathon's centenary, they're 100 years old gathering. So that's the second one. I want to come to VAR, Honorable Chair. And before I even go further, I want to tell you on two of your statements where I disagree with you completely. Is the statement that you made this morning that premature, that you said in your statement this morning that VAR is premature now. No, Honorable Chair, that is so wrong. And I'll tell you why it is wrong. Number one, Tanzania, a country with a GDP much smaller than us, Morocco, all these countries, they have VAR. People, we've seen the tackles in the PSL. It is career-ending tackles, because people off the ball incidents concerning players where the referee doesn't have eyes behind his back, it's becoming so prevalent in the PSL. Bad refereeing is becoming a problem. And VAR is not a luxury. VAR is the evolution of football in the world. Players, we try to bring Arsenal to South Africa and Manchester City and Man United. And the question that was asked is, they ask a lot of questions, but one of the questions that stays in my mind was, does your league will VAR be present? Because of insurance purposes. And I could see when we said no, it will not be present, you could just see the negotiation changing. So I want to disagree with you that it was premature. In fact, we are late as a standing of the South African government, where we are as a country, South African country. Then we are also disagree with you, before I give you the facts, Chair, is the issue that you're saying that I've not included the committee. The committee is an oversight body, not an executive body. Now, while we are busy with the procurement, it will be premature for me to include the committee and any other stakeholders. I have done everything reasonable to protect the state's money. So let me explain the debacle that's happening. Honorable Chair, I met with SAFA, where SAFA was, I met with the PSL and I met with SAFA independently, where I spoke about the need for them to introduce VAR. Both the PSL and SAFA told me they do not have the resources, excuse me, to currently implement VAR. In fact, the PSL even showed me the extent they went to remunerate the referees, something that's supposed to be done by SAFA. And they showed me that we are really trying our best, Minister. It's not a case that we are trying to block this thing, but currently we don't have the funds. The same with SAFA was also upright and honest with me and say they don't have the funds. I then said, we as the department will come back. I went to go. I saw prices of 70 million and I saw prices of 30 million of VAR. I then sent a team to go and see the 30 million VAR and the 70 million VAR. I even sent journalists with them so that there can be transparency in the process. They went to Spain and they went to England. The Spain option for us was very good because it came around to 30 million for the first 2 quarters, quarter 1 and quarter 2 of VR. Equipment was around 12 million, and the running of it for quarter 1 and quarter 2 made up the rest, which is 18 million. We then went to Treasury, we got a green light, we gave them the money. And we put together a committee consisting of the PSL, consisting of SAFA, consisting of the Referees Association. And that's why I agree with you when you say we went as Lone Rangers. That committee then reported back to us and said they are deliberating, they've got many applications. They will then appoint a company suitable. When I got that news, which I was happy, I told, and they said to me, we will have VAR next season. I then was very excited. We released the money. Chairperson, I have felt I've been dragged in the media. I have, and it seems like SAFA don't care. I have, in the political party that I belong to, I was even called in to say, but what is this issue of VAR that you promised the people? And I just said nothing when people were saying, I lied. I was hoping SAFA will come to my defense. There was not one statement from SAFA. Every day in the newspaper, in the media, I was told I'm a liar. Still, I tried to be collegial. I said nothing, knowing the truth, hoping SAFA will come and say, no, the minister's not lying. We have received the 30 million, not 13 million, as the media report. We've received the 30 million. We then wrote a letter to SAFA, which went ignored. Now, that's where I lost it. Like, how do you ignore me after receiving my money, after I've been nothing but good to SAFA? They then ignored the letter that we have written, where we said to them, can you give us, we gave them 3 working days to give us an update while they've received the money. SAFA ignored me. I was highly offended. And I said, I'm not going to play this game. I then wrote them a subsequent letter where I said to them, return the 30 million with immediate effect. It's only then that I got to hear from SAFA. Where SAFA then wrote a letter which I would ask my staff to make available to the committee immediately. My letter, the first letter was ignored. The second letter I wrote to them where I demanded the money back and make immediately available to the committee the reply. I'm being very transparent with the committee. I've got nothing to hide. It's only then when and they were asking for, I think, a 21-day grace for, we were then hearing through the grapevine that there's 1 or 2 people there in finance and elsewhere that said they will not, VAR shall not be implemented. That I cannot say it's a fact, but this is what we've been told. I went to the meeting of, in conclusion, I went to the meeting of SAFA, where SAFA said, where the finance committee of SAFA has taken a decision that they will implement VAR. One of the demands we had, an agreement, not a demand, agreement was that SAFA will put the 30 million in a separate account and not mix it with the monies of SAFA. We were given that assurance. And we then met with officials of FIFA, excuse me, during the World Cup, where we wanted to understand if officials of FIFA and officials of other countries, ministers of other countries, And those ministers told me, do not go through your federation. There's a new rule that you can do VAR without the federation. And that's what they did in the respective countries. Those ministers then briefed me how I should go about. And that does not include SAFA. I then wrote to SAFA and said, bring the money back. And that was the last time, Honorable Chair. So that's where we are with SAFA. And your contention that I am a minister of sport, arts and culture. I'm a minister that wants to put our country back on the map because we have fallen off, Honorable Chair. When I say on the sports and arts map, that's why you see artists are now for the first time flocking again to our country because we write letters to this artist, inviting them. We tell them where we are. We tell them about our where we're standing as the committee, as the country. Now, for the first time, Honorable Chair, there was no artist that came after 2010. But now there's a floodgate of artists. I mean, there's no space in the stadiums. This is the work that the department has been doing. The same with sports. And before I come to Honorable Mteto's question, the same with sports. As a minister, I wanted to make sure that South Africans are not falling behind with VAR. There's nothing more I can do as a minister at this point, other than just go the way that other ministers has advised me. Then the issue of the late submissions of thing, maybe I must plead guilty and not the department. Honorable Chair, I am saying this, that when I became the minister, the reporting that went to the portfolio committee was so bad. The spelling mistakes. In fact, they spelled my surname wrong 8 times, Honorable Chair. I mean, my surname alone, they spelled incorrectly.
It's again spelled wrong, Minister, on the screen.
Pardon?
It's again spelled wrong on the screen.
That's a good example, Honorable Chair. That's a good example, but I'll be Mackenzie for now. So what has happened, I said to them, the quality of reporting of the portfolio committee, if you see the letters we receive back from them, it's of high quality. We should match that quality. And I said, from now on, anything that goes to portfolio committee, we need to check and recheck. Because the letters come to us without spelling mistakes. Why do we send letters back? So I want to apologize and say we will do better. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, that was the opening. I did not want us to interfere while the minister is speaking. That was his opening. Unless members want the minister to mention something else, but I'm not going to give an opportunity. So members is going to respond after the presentation by the department on what the minister said, as well as the department's presentation. But Minister, I just want to rectify on my view. Yes, the portfolio committee is an oversight committee. We don't want to be part of the executive, but you have just confirmed everything with due respect. They said, we said, she said. You know, Minister, last year, April, the tender was awarded for this particular issue. Last year, April, and the committee felt that all the factors was not clear. And yes, you and I may differ, Minister, but I really feel in person that the timing, I felt it was rushed. And we were told there were no feasibility study. I'm not too sure whether you were in that meeting last. There were no feasibility study. The end users, PSL and other end users leagues, they were not consulted in this. And as we are speaking, there is no formal agreement in relation to the implementation of the VAR. So that's the issue. Honorable members, I'm going to ask the minister once again to also inform the country on the outcome of the NAC and the fact also that what is the minister's going to do, because the outcome of the court case has also spelled that the minister was unlawful. I'm going to give the minister an opportunity on that as well. Then the department, and then the SAFA, and then we can start the interrogation up until 1 o'clock. Minister, are you in a position to to just speak to the NEC outcome, court outcome?
Yes, I'm in a position, Chair, but you made one mistake again, Chair. You said I didn't consult the PSL. The PSL was part of the committee. I did consult them. I did
No,
say
they said they were not in favor, and they was actually consulted later. But we can discuss this on another platform, Minister.
All right. Honorable Chair, you know what happened? The portfolio committee said that the people of the union people that the NAC fired, basically, or they put them on suspension when they withdrew money from them. The portfolio committee was the one that said the NAC was in breach. I went to meet with both parties, and I went to meet with the not with both parties, with the unionist, and I listened, and I had to concur with the portfolio committee. We then saw a lot of issues which I don't want to ventilate now because we are in court, Honorable Chair, that we should remove the board. The board and then went to court to stop that removal. The case is not really finalized, Honorable Chair, but let me say they have won round one. As soon as we go now, because I don't want to give the facts public, I will then get back to the portfolio committee. Thank you so much.
Understood. The department?
Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning to the Minister, the President of SASCOC, members of Parliament, and colleagues present here. Chair, if you'd allow for me to share the presentation, if they could give me permission, right? Is it visible, Chair and members?
Yes.
Yes, it's visible.
Thank you so much. Chair, I'll take the members through the presentation. I'll put it on slideshow, if you could allow me. Right. So, Chair, this is the presentation that just speaks of the overview or to the support to SAFA and some of the activations that were domestically done. There is this afternoon a full closeout report and meeting around the World Cup support in particular. So I want to just put that as an underwriter so that the Chair can understand that this one just looks overall at the support provided throughout the financial year to SAFA. Thank you. So the brief is quite specific and it focuses on the SAFA support to the men's national team performance at the World Cup that took place in Canada, Mexico, and the US. And also they'll provide a detailed report on the visa debacle and the delays in issuing those visas. We will be providing this detail of the support provided to SAFA during the 25-26 financial year. So essentially, Chair, during the 25-26 financial year, which concluded in March 2026, we had provided SAFA with about 29.2 million, and that includes the 20 million for VAR and the 7.5 million which we paid for the recognition of the national teams. And there's a breakdown of how those teams were paid. Bafana Bafana getting R1 million. And this was in particular, Chair, for recognizing the qualification that we have received, that Bafana Bafana had qualified to the World Cup during that year. Banyana as well for making it to AFCON, the Amajita under 20 national team, and the Amajimbos under 17 national teams. So during the previous financial year, which was 24-25, we had also advanced 5 million to SAFA, which was coming from their originally budgeted 6.7 million allocation. And that allocation during the last financial year, we only advanced the difference to them which was 1.7 million, having given that we had already paid in the previous financial year, the 5 million. So in total, for the next financial year, for the current financial year, we have already advanced 7.2 million, which largely went towards the logistical support when the team was preparing and going to the World Cup. During the period of the World Cup, we had a number of PVAs. Some were done in partnerships with some of the sponsors that we had, Honor and SLC. And the first one was held on the 11th of June, which was a game which was held at the Mall of Tembisa, where we had over 5,000 people taking part in that. And also the second one on the 18th of June, which was a game against the Czech Republic, which took place at Wanderers Cricket Stadium. The Deputy Minister attended both PVAs and provided support. And also we provided some non-financial support where we ensured that the local people who would not be able to come there are able to be mobilized and can get to the PVAs.
Mr. debacle, just a second.
Yes, sir.
Are we in possession? Has this been distributed to members, Zoleka?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, it has.
I'm just double checking. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thanks, Chair. So, and then also issuing the flags there. Also, Deputy Minister, we also provided the support, the financial support towards Bafana's matches that were broadcasted, this fan parks, and what we did in order to ensure that there is also an extended support, which was led also by the Deputy Minister. We went to Hammanskraal, where PVA there at the hookah lounge was done, and we invited the local DJs, local artists, and also some logistical arrangements were done. Also at Hamkhali Lifestyle in Magaliesberg, and these were the services that were rendered there through the support that we provided in order to promote and mobilize support for Bafana with the local communities. The third one was at 34 on Satin, which was at Mbombela, and also the logistical support was provided. And the total expenditure for the sites was 249,000 in total. And this is the presentation, Chair, of the financial support provided through SAFA during this financial year. Thank you, Chair and members.
Great, wonderful. That was very crisp. SAFA, who's leading the delegation today? The president of SAFA.
Morning, Chair.
Oh, Mr. Sibam.
Morning, Chair. Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, you are audible.
My
You may
name is
proceed.
Yes, my name is Mxolisi Sibam. I'm an NEC member of SAFA. I also chair the Finance Committee of SAFA. And let me appreciate the opportunity that we're given as SAFA to come and present and respond to the brief that we're given by the committee. It's always an honor and privilege for us as an association to come and tell Parliament, and so that everyone can know what is it that we're doing as an association, and also to enhance and also to make sure that we share and we show the appreciation to the nation of the role and responsibility that we're supposed to play in contributing to building, or not only sport in the country, but also to build the country, to make sure the country grows. Because we have a role to play as sport, as it is prescribed in the National Development Plan and also National Sports and Recreation Plan. We want to make sure that we play our role based on that and we contribute. With that, I'm just going to introduce we have a management team led by our CEO, Ms. Lydia Manyapao, and he's got his team. And She will be doing the presentation to respond to the brief. I just want to touch on a couple of things, Chair, before I hand over to the CEO to do the brief. Is for the longest of times we've been involved with the government. We want to really appreciate what has been done by the current administration of DSEC. Because I think other than the support we got from government for when we hosted the 2010 World Cup, the support we're currently getting is basically getting closer, matching that level.
Chairperson,
You will have to have.
Just a second, Mr. Sibam. I seem to have a point of order. Honorable Molatani.
my apologies, Chairperson, just to interject the official who was on the platform like that. But I just want to raise one issue, Chairperson. Maybe the department can just give us a light before we can go far. I just want to check, Chairperson, in the department, who's supposed to deal with that first item? Is it the winning nation? Or I want to check, yes, it's supposed to be the winning nation. And who's the chief director of winning nation? Because it can't be right that when other things we are asking them, we are being referred to a certain part of the department. When we are asking other things, we are referring to a certain part of the department. We want to know exactly who are supposed to deal with that first item, Chairperson, in the department, because we can't be seeing people doing left, right, and center. Today, it's me who's doing this. Tomorrow, it's someone who's doing this. But when questions come, they're supposed to go to a certain person. Can we be clarified on that, Chairperson? Thank you very much, and my apology.
Thank you, Honorable Molatani. Deployment. Mr. Tebai, can you?
Yeah, Chair, maybe what I forgot to do, and my apology, was to indicate that the DDG, Mr. Campbell, is also out on official duty. So I'm standing in as the acting DDG. So the branch is leading that. So as the acting DDG, I've assumed that. But my apology, DDG Chairperson, for that. Thanks.
Okay, noted. So Mr. Campbell is absent for this meeting.
Yes,
so
sir.
noted. Thank you, Honorable Molatani. Mr. Sibam, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. We are going to the point of appreciation that we have for the department, Chair, of what they've done to support us.
Through you, Chair.
Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Before SAFA can present, can it explain whether the president and other officials are here present with us? And why is it Mr. Sibambe? Is it Sibambe?
Sibam.
Who's speaking on behalf of SAFA before any other introduction is made? Thanks.
Honorable Mtetwa, I have asked whether there's any apologies. I took it for granted that everyone is present and we have dealt with the apologies. But may I ask, while you are requesting, Mr. Sibam, is the whole delegation present?
Chair, the delegation that was sent by SAFA, Chair, I'm the leader and it's myself, and we have a couple of other NEC members and management led by the CEO, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, you see, we don't have VAR here now, and we can't do the replay of all of these things. There goes hands now. Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, thank you very much, Chair. SAFA supposed to introduce the team that they have brought in today's meeting, Chairperson. And I think I will really be, in fact, I'm already mad that every time when the president of SAFA supposed to come and appear here, he is nowhere to be found, one. Number two, I'm just worried if the CEO of SAFA, she is part of the meeting, Chairperson, so that some of the things we can be able to come and raise as we don't enjoy the way the CEO of SAFA it's relating to us business-wise, not personally, a chairperson. You've just said something important.
Noted. Honorable Molsali noted. Let's go for the introduction. Is Mr. Linda Mzwane in this meeting? Yes or no?
Chair, can we please give the CEO opportunity to introduce the management staff?
Is Mr. Linda Mzwane in this meeting?
No, Chair.
Is the president of SAFA in this meeting?
No, Chair. Chair, if SAFA says I must lead delegation, am I that not important not to lead SAFA's delegation? That it must be.
No, you are very important. But this is Parliament. When we invite institutions of this nature,
I think, Chair,
give me an opportunity, Mr. Sibam. I am speaking. When we invite federations of this nature, we expected that the president.
No. I Chair, this person is out of.
My hand is up, Chairperson.
I'm going to give you an opportunity now. When we invite federations of this nature, we expected a full delegation in this meeting, and this include key role players. Is Lydia in this meeting?
Yes, Chair, she is present, Chair.
We expect a full delegation, Mr. Sibam, and we respect your presence in this meeting. But again, I took it for granted that everyone, including the president of SAFA, is in this meeting. You have attended with public funds, and here the minister is now, he wants his money back because of non-performance and misgovernance within SAFA.
Chair. My apology, Chair.
Proceed, Honorable Mteto.
I was asking this question deliberately because part of the questions that we may have are directed to the president himself. And I don't know whether Mr. Shibam will be able to respond on behalf of the president, those questions that we will be following up from the previous meeting we had with SAFA, because there were outstanding issues that we raised with SAFA previously, and they require the president himself to respond on his behalf, not another day, unless Mr. Shibam can confirm to us that he will be able to give us all the answers to all the questions. That would be the condition. So he mustn't come here and act arrogantly and speak whilst you're speaking. This is Parliament. This is our meeting. It's not SAFA or football's meeting. It is Parliament requesting accountability. If you want to say to us, give us the assurance that you will answer the questions, I will be okay with that. Thanks, Chair.
I'm going to give members now an opportunity to speak to the absenteeism of both the president and deputy president. And SAFA they know how Parliament operating. And I don't know how can they just take a red card on themselves today on this important meeting. They're coming from the World Cup. Honorable Leah Potgieter. Moletsani, then Honorable Khabo.
Thanks, Chair. Mine is more on the presentation itself, which hasn't yet happened. But I would suggest then that those missing members then be asked to join the meeting. Perhaps while we're engaging on the issue, by that stage, they will be online. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I'm going to give members an opportunity, SASCO President, what is your view on what's happening here? We did not receive any apologies. SAFA can't just say they sent a delegation. It does not work like this. Mr. Hendricks.
Yes, sir. You're asking me to encroach upon your domain of Parliament. There are
No,
parliamentary
this
rules.
federation is falling under you, Mr. Hendricks.
Yes, I understand, sir, but this is not my meeting, this is your meeting. And all I can say from my perspective as president of SASCOC is that we do expect our federations to honor the invitation, as we usually do and the other federations do as well. I think that is the best I can say at this stage.
Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks. Let me firstly appreciate this opportunity and pass my greetings to your good selves and members on the platform. Chairperson, let us agree that we must request SAFA to present their delegation, noting the fact that the president is not present, Mr. Jordan, when we're expected to deal with the accountability, especially when there are issues that are emanating from the last meeting. I would request that we get a briefing on the delegation and also request that the former presenter must not overestimate his importance in this meeting. I mean, when you go through the constitution of this country, it is very clear in terms of section 227 in relation to the constitutional bodies or executive entities that must appear before parliament. And our invitation was very clear. Not forgetting the fact that we have not been, there has not been any apology that has been indicated. And the reason why Mr. Jordan is not part of this meeting, I would also propose that, Chairperson, we request that Mr. Jordan forms part of this meeting because the meeting is visual, and ultimately make sure that we hold him accountable on some of the issues that we had raised previously that he has failed to respond to. But second to that, issues that are emanating from the report that we have received. You'd remember that, Chairperson, we have given SAFA 5 million advance previously, and we have not even received any report. Second to that, we have just been informed through the media that the minister is looking for his money, the 13 million, even though the impression was created that VAR is on full swing. In fact, it's about to be fully implemented. So we'd request that SAFA must form part of this meeting, in particular the president. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. The president of SASCOC is correct. They must account for their presence here, but he must also note that they are affiliated to him, to SASCOC, and he must take note how they are treating the parliament. Mr. Mataung, Honorable Mataung.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. You know, Chair, I think this is so bad because of SAFA has been giving a lot of time to come and do presentation here today. And for them to just send delegates and it won't take us anywhere because of we really need answers. We've got a lot of questions, you know, apparently from VAR only alone, but there's a lot of things. Honorable Khabo just said now to say even the minister wants his 30 million to come back to the department. And if the CEO is not here to answer certain questions, the delegates cannot be able to answer certain things, and they cannot affirm to say when is that money going to come and what time. And there's certain things that we need to ask, especially whenever it comes to the World Cup again, you know, where they went to. So if the CEO is not here, I believe this is going to be a meeting that is not going to go anywhere because of we need relevant people, not only delegates. We can trust that the Mr. Xoliso can do justice, but the main person that's supposed to be here to answer, if he's not here, then we can't continue with this meeting with SAFA. And lucky enough, Chairperson, this is a virtual platform. Honorable Khabo just said it. Let's allow the delegates to call the CEO to say, for us, for this meeting to continue, you are needed in this meeting. So wherever he is, he can just log in. They can just send him the login details so that he can just log in and be part of and parcel of this meeting. I thank you, Chairperson.
The Honorable Letsie.
Good morning, Chairperson, to yourself. Good morning to all honorable members and the minister and the team from the department and SAFA and SASCOC. Apologies for my video, struggling a bit with network, but I'll work on it. Chair, when you sent the letter of invitation. It would have invited the president of SAFA and his delegation. And it is common cause that if you are unable to come as the president, the person invited, you then send in an apology and indicate the nature of your apology. As we are seated here, I see the CEO is in the meeting, but as we sit here, we are told the president is not here, the deputy president is not here. There's a delegation, sorry, that has been sent, and no reasons provided. Now, what does that look like? This looked like a subtle motion of no confidence by the president of the Federation of SAFA to Parliament. And I've said it before that we are empowered by the Constitution of the Republic, Section 56. If we are not happy with how SAFA wants to treat this particular oversight committee of Parliament representing the people of South Africa, then we do have mechanisms before us. Section 56 of the Constitution speaks about summoning people to appear before us. And I want to appeal to yourself and committee members that it is high time that we resolve to summon, because it does not make sense why, no reasons provided why we or the president and the deputy president are not here to account to the people of South Africa. Probably where they are seated, they don't have to account. They think they don't have to account to Parliament, but they are expected to account to the people of South Africa. And this, in my view, is a subtle motion of no confidence on our ability to hold them accountable. And I want to appeal with yourselves that we must resolve. If they are unable to join the meeting in the next 5 minutes, then we resolve that we will institute Section 56. It's a tedious process, but in the case like this, I'm appealing and lobbying the meeting to agree that we then move in that direction. Secondly, just to warn Tatem Sibam that when the chairperson of the committee, whether it's me speaking or it's him, when the chairperson of the portfolio committee intervenes, you don't have a dialogue. Because now that is not only disrespecting our meeting, the decorum of our meeting, it's disrespecting the chairperson who in this meeting represents Parliament. We may be representing our different political parties, but when he's here chairing the meeting of the portfolio committee as the chairperson, he is representing Parliament. He's the face of Parliament in this particular portfolio committee. And therefore, any disrespect towards him or talking over him is disrespecting Parliament, is disrespecting the Constitution of this Republic, and that we will not allow. So I thought I must just indicate, not only maybe to him, to others as well. They may not like you, chairperson, they don't have to like you, but they must respect the authority that you have as the chairperson of this particular portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Letia. Hence, this is not a SAFA meeting. Honorable Nkosi.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Good morning to your good self, members of portfolio committee, the minister, and all members present in the platform. Chair, let me start by joining my colleagues by saying that in this meeting, we really need the president and the deputy president. This meeting is very much important. And I believe that the invites, the chair, were out on time so that they prepare themselves to attend the meeting. And the meeting is virtual. I find it very strange. Why is it so difficult for the president and the deputy president to attend this meeting? And worse chair is that the apology is not even rendered. That means the president and his deputy, they're undermining this committee, and we are not going to allow that, Chair, to happen. Lastly, Chair, I want to caution Mr. Sipam Mxolisi. This is not a SAFA meeting. If they used to do this in their meetings, this is not the way that we are operating in this meeting. They must respect you. And you cannot come here and tell us that they are not important to us. It's not like that. This meeting is very, very much important. They must know that when you are here, you are representing the parliamentarians in this portfolio committee, and they must not disrespect you, because they are disrespecting the committee as well, and we are not going to tolerate. If they used to do that in other meetings, not in this one, they're in the wrong platform, Chair, if they will behave like this, and we are not going to allow them to do that. They must just stop this thing that they are doing to us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, honorable member. This meeting is not going to adjourn. We are going on. SAFA is not going to escape accountability. If they don't have answers, they don't have answers. But I want to say to you, Mr. Sipam, we respect and acknowledge your presence and safe to say your capacity to do report, but it is just not right the way SAFA is treating this committee, and it's to also go both ways. This hostile environment between SAFA and committee, we want to work with SAFA because both of us, this is about the country here. Both of us should see benefits from what we are doing. Unless you are saying to the department and the minister, we don't want your money anymore. But still, you will remain the asset of this country. So I am concerned, and the committee is concerned, and this is it never happened where no one has the decency to apologize for those not here. It cannot be right to say that we are the delegation, we've been sent. Please proceed, Mr. Sipam.
Thank you, Chair. Before I proceed, Chair, let me unreservedly apologize for my behavior. And when you apologize, I can't be putting excuses. I sincerely apologize, Chair, to you, especially, and to the committee and to the country at large. And I fully agree my behavior was really unbecoming. My sincere apologies, Chair. To continue, Chair, maybe let me go back to introducing the delegation, Chair, and then I'll comment on the issues you've raised regarding the absence of the president and everyone else. It's myself, I'm leading. I'll ask the CEO to introduce her management team, and then I'll come back and deal with the issues you've raised, Chair, regarding the issue of the issues of the absence of the president and the invitation, Chair. Let's just get introduced to know who's here, and then I'll deal with those issues, then, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Granted, if we do so, may I ask the delegation, if possible, to switch on the video so that you can put a face to the name?
Over to you, CEO, and your team.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the Portfolio Committee members. Apologies, I'm trying to join using another gadget because I can see my video here is not working. So I'm going to join using two gadgets. Sincere apologies for that, so we can put a face to the name.
Recording in progress.
Hello.
Sorry. Please proceed, Mr. Monyapa. I think it's because two gadgets in the room. If you can If you
You
can
can switch off one
switch off
gadget.
one.
My phone, because this is the one with my camera, but yeah, so that I can use my laptop.
Switch off the volume on one of the gadgets.
Yes. Is the president perhaps with you on the other gadget?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, so I was just trying to use my phone so that you can see my face because it was requested. But my presentation is on my laptop, so I have to get off the phone so that I can use the laptop for my presentation. But just to go to let me leave here. Just to go to the introductions as requested by Mr. Sibam. On my side, my name is Lydia Monyepao, the Chief Executive Officer of the South African Football Association. I have been in the meeting from the beginning. I'm accompanied by the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Groni Hluyo. Also present is our Chief Medical Officer in my office, Dr. Tulani Ngwenya. I also have the Commercial and Marketing Manager, Mr. Errol Madlala, and the Communications Manager, Mr. Ninawan Kroko. The Technical Director was also requested to join. However, currently he's in a copy session. He will join us as soon as he's done. As what we requested to present on is more technical. So those are the people that are with me from the administrative side of SAFA. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I may proceed, Chair.
Yeah, please proceed, Mr. Sibam.
Chair, we appreciate the responsibility that is given to us as an association to deal with football in the country. And as I said in my introduction, we take that responsibility very, very serious. I'm also very concerned when the committee expects our president to be present and all our senior leaders to be present, and they are not present. And it's a matter that, Chair, with whether now we can give an opportunity to call them, or because the one thing that we don't want as an association to happen, or to people to view it or to think of us, is that we don't appreciate the roles and responsibilities given to us. As I said in my introduction, we understand the role we play to make sure that the country moves forward. And I also said that we really appreciate the support we get from the department. Maybe, Chair, after the introductions, let me be given the opportunity to call the president and notify him. But just to mention one thing, Chair, who can represent SAFA, Chair, at any point is always our statutes refer to the CEO and the CEO, the Chair. So I'm just trying to address that issue of the vice president. So when they are not present, that he will be something that came to be. But then I understand and I fully agree with the committee that maybe it does make more sense, and it does give, when we invite an association, it should be led by the elected person of that association. We really appreciate that, Chair. And I will call the president as soon as the CEO starts with their presentation. If I can be allowed just to finish off my introduction and hand over to the CEO, and then during that time, I'll call the president and notify him of the expectation of the committee, Chair. Will you allow me?
That's all in order. Proceed, Mr. Sibam.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair.
Just a second, the Honorable Daniels.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just want to, before Mr. Sibam continues with what he's about to present to us, I've got particular interest in wanting to understand, because there was no clarity given on it. Does Mr. Sibam know, or anybody of the delegation that's here, why the president and others are not in the meeting? Because we all hear now that they're going to call the president during the presentation. they should know why he's not here. Can they take us into confidence and tell us why they've been delegated? Because surely if I send somebody in my place, I will say, please, man, I'm on my way there. I can't make it. There must be a reason. I've not heard any single reason as to why, and I will not accept that they say they don't know. The mere fact that we are told that we are going to call the president and others to join the meeting means that they might very well be available for this meeting, but chose not to. My interest lies in conclusion, Chairperson. What is the reason why they are not here? Because I've got hope now that they are going to join this meeting. But out of respect for this committee, a reason must be given. We cannot just say, no, there was no reason given. Can they please take us into conference and tell us why they decided not to attend this meeting? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Mr. Sibam?
Chairperson, sorry, on that note, Chairperson, before I get in, maybe on that note, because I asked the question. Yes, Chairperson, my apology to barge in like that. On that note, I had earlier on asked a question as to why have we not received an apology for the president, Mr. Jordan. Because remember, it's not as if we have received an apology. So they must also indicate why have we not received an apology for the non-attendance of Mr. Jordan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Cabo. Mr. Sibam?
Chairperson?
Just a second. Can we have the SAFA representative to respond? Remember last time when we have this meeting, and if members feel so, I will allow it. We call, and even all the other NEC members joined. We send them the links and everything. And we can recall the chaos that we have and the contradictions. But this is not a round robin. This is not SAFA's meeting. But Honorable Daniels has asked an important question. Why is it, I mean, a meeting of this juncture after the World Cup, that no one have had the decency to say, apologies from this is our delegation, this individual and that individual will not be here? Or are they busy with the election outside this domain then? What is happening in SAFA? Mr. Sibam, can you respond to Honorable Daniels?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think is speaking past each other through the notice, Chair. And I don't want to make excuses for anyone who's absent, but there are no particular reasons except for, Chair, when SAFA looked at the notice, then they came up with a delegation what will address what was in the notice.
Mr. Sibam, can I stop you there? Can I stop you there? While I'm addressing you, I'm asking the Portfolio Secretary to get the invitation and to read it out to the nation. Now, let me say to you, in 2010, I think it was my first term as a member of parliament. I was a member of this committee under the leadership of the late Mr. Steve Kompella's brother. Never ever in my entire experience where an invitation has been sent to SAFA was the president of SAFA absent. And not only SAFA, all other federations. So really, we're not going to play games here. We cannot receive a invitation from Parliament and we're not sure who must attend. I'm going to ask the Portfolio Secretary if she's ready, just indicate so. So I want you to read that invitation to SAFA. Has the president of SAFA asked that an excuse should be made for him?
Chair.
Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, just to add on to your point, because we've now been stuck on this for an hour. There are two issues. I think a reason needs to be given, not a runaround story. I think the Honorable Daniels asked for reasons. So can we get the reason? And secondly, can we ensure that a message or somebody calls the president of SAFA and advises him that we expect him on this meeting? And I think if we'd done that at the beginning of the session, perhaps he would be on at the moment. I just want to, sorry, somebody's not on mute.
Is the CEO. Please.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Thank
Is
you.
it-
I kind of feel like we're going around in circles. We've had this previously where SAFA hasn't been able to appear for various reasons, games are on, etc., and so forth. But I think we are all very well aware that the president was expected at this particular meeting because we were supposed to get a pre-report before the World Cup happened from them on the preparations going into it. And they were unable to present that, and they're now coming to give us a sort of post-mortem report. So there was never any misunderstanding from anyone that he was not supposed to be here. Can we perhaps just get that in that order, the reason why he's not here, and if somebody can possibly get him here after the committee secretary has read out that notice? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's wait for the secretary. We are moving in circles. The reason Honorable Potgieter was, it's an invitation, did not say that. And that's really ridiculous. I'm not too sure whether the president of SAFA was scared that the minister will, demand this 13 million in this meeting again. I don't know. Portfolio Secretary, please read the invitation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, please note that we write to the minister and request the minister to invite the federations, but I can read the letter if you so wish, Chair.
Yes, please do. And that is a norm, and where from the department then write to the federations. Please read.
The letter was sent on the 1st of July 2026, Chair. The Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture extends an invitation to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and its affiliated entities and federations to attend committee meetings scheduled for the third term from the 4th of August to the 28th of August. The department is requested to inform all entities and federations of these meetings and to encourage timely submission of presentations and briefing documents to the committee. The attached program includes submission dates for each entity. I think that is the part that is important, Chair.
The department, the procedure from your side.
Chairperson, maybe through you. Chair, when we get the correspondence from the portfolio committee, we forward it to the CEOs and the presidents of the federations to take note and also to respond as per the parliament's requirement of delegations that should be there. And we attach the report, including we attach the schedule as sent so that they are aware and can then comply as per the requirements of the portfolio committee.
Thank you. Now we're getting somewhere. The CEO, what has been discussed?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we had we did receive the invitation from DSEC on the 8th of July to attend a portfolio committee meeting on the 25th of August, 9:30 to 1 o'clock.
Yeah, can you explain, CEO, what did SAFA discuss? Who's going? Did they discuss who's going there?
So we had a meeting. The NEC meeting was held on the 8th of August. And because the invite was saying this invitation is extended to the SAFA executive or relevant structure. So it was determined that the people that were at the FIFA World Cup and the administration should attend the meeting. That's all I can put on the table.
Thank you, CEO. Who is the SAFA executive?
Okay, can I come in, Chair?
Yes, please, Mr. Sibam.
Chair, I just want to plead, Chair. I was giving a response, Chair. I get cut, and then you make conclusions. Because I was trying to go through to all these points. I've got the email in front of me that invited us to this meeting. And it's not specific, Chair. That's why I was saying maybe we're speaking.
Just a second, Mr. Sibam. CEO, who is the executive? You say the invitation was sent to the executive.
Yes, the National Executive Committee or relevant, it said all relevant structure.
Yeah, who's the executive?
The executive is the president, the vice president, and the executive committee members.
Thank you, Mr. Sibam. Please proceed with your presentation.
That's why, Chair, I'm saying, Chair, maybe we be speaking past each other, Chair, to the point that we interpret what you're saying this way, whereas the expectation from your side is different. And I was recommending them to fix that, Chair. While the CEO will be making a presentation, I will call the president and tell him that the expectation or the interpretation of the—
He knows that. You don't have to call him, he knows that. Yo, this is really sickening. Honorable Molatani.
My hand was up.
Honorable Molatani, proceed. I'll give you an opportunity now, Honorable Nkosi. I thought it was a legacy. Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, SAFA mustn't come here and play games with us. Before the World Cup, when they were looking for funds and so forth, they know how to interpret executive committee. Now today, because they are from the World Cup, today the minister is complaining about them not responding to him regarding the issue of the VAR. They know they must come to account for the World Cup. This meeting was supposed to have even sit before they went to World Cup. They've requested that the portfolio to reschedule this meeting because they were having tight schedule going to the World Cup. I remember we were supposed to have this meeting with them the same day in Cape Town when we had a friendly game with Nicaragua. They mustn't come here and play games, Chairperson. It's time for them to account. Now they want to go around in circle. Mr. Sibam must call the president. The president must come and be part of this meeting, Chairperson. It's no longer a request, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sibam. Just a second before you're going to call the president. You've indicated that the CEO will do the presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair. I was still busy with my introduction, Chair. Chair, let me again object, Chair. Every time I'm talking, I get cut and you make conclusions that are not even close to what I was going to say. Please, Chair, let me be allowed to present and talk, and then you make your conclusions. Because every time I start answering, you cut me, and then you make conclusions that are way off the mark to what I was going to say. And really now you're putting me at a point where I don't know whether you want me to talk or and really, Chair.
Order, Chair. Order.
Chair. Please, Chair, protect
Honorable
me, Chair.
Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I take strong exception to the remarks made. You, as a chairperson of this portfolio committee, when a member of the committee raises his or her hand on orders that they want to raise, you've got the right to stop the presenter in his or her tracks and afford the person who's raised the hand to state their point. And that's all you've been doing all along, affording members of the committee when they raise the hand to state their point. And therefore, I take exception to this comment made, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Daniels. I pretend not seeing it because, again, this is not a meeting of SAFA. If this is how they operated SAFA, this is not SAFA. Honorable Nkosi.
Chairperson, thank you very much. You know, Chair, Mr. Sibam, you can see him that he was sent to come to this meeting deliberately. He's deliberately sent by the president to come and disturb us here. And I can tell you, Chair, that this is done deliberately by the president for not attending because he knows that Mr. Sibam is here. It's going to stand for him. And we are not going to allow him to speak to you like this. We are repeating. You've got every right, as Honorable Malone is saying, if there's a point of order, you must be able to give that person to speak and say what he wants to say. He cannot tell you how to run the meeting of the portfolio committee. It's not a SAFA meeting. We will say it again and again and again that this is not a SAFA meeting. He must not come here and teach you how to run your meetings for the portfolio committee. And Chair, really, the president has done this deliberately. We can say whatever that we want to say, but this was done deliberately by him for not attending and send Xolisi to come and defend him here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Motaung.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chair, I just wanted to find out again, because of we're also going to speak about the VAR. Did SAFA or did the department extend their invite to the PSL as well? Because of remember, people who are involved here are PSL players. So if PSL is not here and not being involved, we also want to find out in terms of their contribution to the VAR, to say how much are they contributing? Why was PSL not invited in this meeting? I think
Yeah, it's only SAFA. The VAR matter came up when I asked the minister to pronounce on the matter, Honorable Motaung. The Honorable Letsia.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I want to plead with the Decibam that can you please, man, help us. You asked the department to indicate their modus operandi when inviting entities. They clarified. You asked the CEO of SAFA. She correctly clarified that the invitation goes to executive. The head of that executive is the president there at SAFA. And that head of that executive is not here. And now he wants to tell us that it's an interpretation issue. It's not. We must not insult our intelligence. This is not an interpretation issue. SAFA itself interprets this thing as an invitation that must go to the executive. And the executive of SAFA is the president. So he must not really, we don't have patience. He must not even try to test it by telling us about this is an interpretation. It's not. It's just trying to come up with excuses. And we lose patience because we've got time pressures. We've got a 3-line whip today at 2. And therefore, we're not going to have the whole day listening to him trying to tell us about interpretation when there's no interpretation. SAFA interpreted the invitation from the department correctly, and they decided themselves that the president is not coming for reasons known to them. And we honestly don't want, we will stop him if he comes again and tell us a story we have not asked. Please, we are pleading with him to please take us serious because we do have a constitutional responsibility to hold them accountable, because we are going to ask him questions here. The first question that we are going to ask to him, he will fail to answer. So we don't want to waste that time as a belief. Thanks.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Mtetwa.
Chair, can I propose a point of exigence on this matter and propose that the CEO takes us through the presentation whilst Mr. Sibam is gone to look for the president. We'll then engage with the executive post the presentation, because we have taken so much time that is precious time for us to ask the questions.
Honorable Mtetwa, it was rightfully said this is your meeting. If a member raises his or her hand, I must respect that. Like I said, it's cat and mice now here. We know how SAFA operates. I can tell you now, they can call the Deputy President Bailey. He's not invited. They are operating in their own silos. This is how they run this federation. I challenge any committee member to call the Deputy President of SAFA, currently Mr. Bailey. I can tell you he's not here, he's not invited. And now we must tolerate this nonsense of SAFA. We are not going to tolerate this infighting of SAFA.
That is why, Chairperson, I'm proposing a point of exigence that we disregard the inputs that Mr. Sibambe is constantly saying he wants to. Can he call the president and then we engage with the presentation by the CEO, which is the technical support?
I'll proceed
But-
I will proceed in that fashion.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable, that's fine with me. But this committee are not going to be made out fools by SAFA. The CEO.
My apologies, Chairperson.
Honorable Daniels.
15 seconds, Chairperson. Thank you so much for your indulgence. Chairperson, I know there's been many hands raised, but I want to ask the following, please. When they call the president of SAFA, can they ask him categorically so that South Africa can know? In no uncertain terms, they must ask him if he's prepared to join the meeting or if he's encouraging the committee to summons him to the meeting. And lastly, Chairperson, can we ask that the entire executive committee, then no elections were held yet, that the executive committee of SAFA is still intact until after the elections? Can we extend the invitation to all the executive members, not just to the president? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels, I'm going to make a ruling. I'm adjourning this meeting for 10 minutes. The portfolio secretary, as you have done in the past, please invite all NEC people to this meeting. Call the current deputy president, invite him to this meeting. Mr. Sibam, call the president of SAFA, invite him to this meeting and let them know it is the portfolio committee inviting them and it is a portfolio committee meeting. It is not a SAFA meeting. This meeting is adjourned for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. That's what we were looking forward to.
Long live the chair,
Long
long
live
live
Chair.
the chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Ziyakhala ke man, azikhale.
the secretary, who will then send the link further. As members is going to join, we will allow them in this meeting. In the meantime, for the sake of time, I would request that the CEO of SAFA proceed with the presentation. SAFA?
Yes, sir. I am trying to share my screen, but it says host disable participant screen sharing. So if I could be allowed to share my screen so that I can share the presentation, please.
Can we assist SAFA? I see you are the co-host, Ms. Monyapo.
Okay, I think they have now given me the rights. Let me look. Okay, here we go. Share. Okay, can everyone see that, Chair?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the Portfolio Committee members and the SAFA staff and the executive that is present. Vice President Linda Zwane was trying to join and he had said he's in the lobby. I think someone can see if he is not there. I've shared the link with him as well. Just to proceed with the presentation. Sorry, I just need to get to my presentation. So the purpose of the Portfolio Committee, this is what we were asked to bring a presentation on Bafana's performance at the recently concluded FIFA World Cup and an account on the visa challenges experienced prior to departure to Mexico. As indicated, the SAFA representatives that were asked, delegated to join the meeting, these are the members. However, we have certain members that are not currently in the meeting. Head of delegation for the national team, Bafana, Mr. David Molonto was unable to join due to a prior commitment. We had asked also the chairperson of technical committee, Mr. Jack Maluleka, who had traveled with the team to Mexico and the US to join. However, he is not in the meeting currently and we are struggling to get hold of him. The TD is still in a POPI meeting. He will join as soon as that has concluded. From administrative perspective, I indicated the team that has joined me this morning, other than the TD, the CFO, the CMO, the commercial and marketing manager, and also the communications manager. The communications manager and commercial manager had also traveled with the team to Mexico and the US for the FIFA World Cup. Just to indicate the executive summary of our presentation, the FIFA World Cup campaign represent what we see as the most successful World Cup performance in South African football history. Bafana managing to go beyond the group stages for the first time, reaching the round of 16 and demonstrating strong tactical discipline, resilience, and competitiveness against quality international opposition. While the outcome of the event was what we say it was successful, the tournament exposed some weaknesses in visa management, operational planning, risk escalation, and oversight on the use of service providers in dealing with some of our challenges. However, despite these challenges, timely management and execution intervention ensured that we get some of our operations in order, and we managed to continue. These are a highlight of the results from the campaign. The opening loss to Mexico on the 11th of June. This was followed by a 1-1 draw against Czechia, the Czech Republic in Atlanta, and then South Africa beating South Korea to qualify for the historic knockout stage of the World Cup. And in the round of 16, South Africa, we lost to Canada in the 92nd minute through a 92nd minute goal that was scored against us, thus eliminating us from the competition. The achievements that we have noted there, it was that this was the first Bafana Bafana team to progress beyond the FIFA World Cup group stage, the first appearance in the FIFA World Cup knockout round, historic victory over South Korea, one of the favorites in the group, and finishing for the very first time second in the group at the World Cup stage. This enhanced international football competitiveness and improved our FIFA World rankings. Something that the coaching staff got right was the successful integration of emerging talent with experience as well. And we feel that this campaign established a strong platform for future AFCON and FIFA World Cup qualification campaigns and demonstrated South Africa's ability to compete credibly at the highest level. This is a high level of the timeline of events from the time the preliminary squad was announced. Prior to that, the team had played 2 international friendly matches against Panama to prepare for the World Cup. And on the 11th, a 55-man squad was announced or was submitted to FIFA, from where the coach would get his last 26 players to travel with to Mexico and the US. The team assembled for camp on the 25th of May with various events over and above the training that was expected. The team started off without the Mamelodi Sundowns players, and they traveled to Morocco to play the CAF Champions League finals. The players from Mamelodi Sundowns only joined the team on the 27th of May, when we had the sponsors breakfast at the Standard Bank headquarters, and also the presidential dinner at the presidential guest house, where the final squad was announced to the public. On the 29th, on the Friday, we had a friendly match against Nicaragua, which ended up in a 0-0 draw. And then we had a public send-off event at the Wanderers. And that's when we were notified of visa delays, that the team had not received their passports with their visas by the afternoon of that Saturday, with the planned departure of 31 May, which then became a little bit difficult due to the non-delivery of the passports with the visas. On the evening of the 31st of May, the emergency committee held a meeting to discuss these visa challenges that had been experienced, and tried to map the way forward. The majority of the passports were received at 1 o'clock on that Sunday, the 31st of May. However, we still had 5 more passports that had not been submitted back. On the 1st of June, we received more visas that were issued for the 2 analysts and also the team doctor. However, the assistant coach and the team security officer could not travel because theirs was still withheld at the US consulate. The team departed at 2 o'clock for Mexico on the 1st. And on the 2nd, they arrived in Mexico. And on the same date, that's when we submitted the final squad to FIFA on their portal per the requirements. And the team was based in Pachuca from the 1st to the 9th of June, where they were preparing for the match. And on the 6th of June, the team actually played Jamaica in the final warm-up match ahead of the opening match on the 11th of June. And the team traveled to Mexico City, which is about an hour or so from Pachuca by bus. And they arrived at their hotel on the 9th, and with match day -1 happening at the stadium in Mexico, in Mexico City. And then on the 11th, it was the opening match against Mexico. As far as preparation and operational performance is concerned, the preliminary squad, as indicated, was submitted on the 11th. We had the assembling of the squad on the 25th, and the various preparation matches that were played, Panama, Nicaragua, and Jamaica. The selection of these opposition was also aligned to what we could afford and the coach's preference as well. There were instances where the coach preferred to play certain opposition, but however, due to the appearance fee that the agents and the opposing team required, which we did not have, we could not honor the request. So Panama, the coach really wanted to play, and we played them as required. Nicaragua was another team that was spotted, although the coach preferred to play Serbia, which unfortunately indicated that they could not have their strongest squad for the match, and it also required the team to travel all the way to Europe before they could make their way to Mexico, which was going to be a little bit difficult for the players. And Jamaica came to Mexico to play the team, which really was ideal at the team base camp. The team, although a day late, managed to, acclimatize or will train at high altitude at Pachuca, because that was what was required for the opening match, because of the high altitude, and which was going to be difficult for the players. However, it was a day late, which could have impacted to a certain extent the performance of the team. The doctor can speak to that. Operational successes, we felt that the accommodation, transport, and training facilities were adequate for the team. There were no complaints from the coaches and players' perspective on that, although the traveling between the team hotel and the team base camp, where the team was based and where the team was supposed to participate, was a little bit difficult on the recovery of the players. However, the medical team had to come up with a plan for that. A charter flight was arranged for the team from South Africa to Mexico, thanks to for the support that we received in order to fund the required amount for the charter. As indicated earlier, we received 7.2 million rands from the DSEC to add to the 11 million that was required for the charter. And we added the rest of the money so that the team can have a direct flight to Mexico rather than going via certain cities, which could have taken as long as 36 hours to get from South Africa to Mexico City. Training, recovery, and match operations, the medical team did their best to maintain those throughout the tournament. Operational challenges, as indicated, the cross-border travel of the team increased logistical complexity and player fatigue, which required the medical team to manage the fatigue as best as they could. 2 days before each match, the team had to leave their base camp in Pachuca and travel closer to the match venue. From Pachuca to Mexico, the traffic was really heavy. So instead of 1 hour, the team would spend about 1.5 hours to 2 hours in heavy traffic to get there. And then they would to go into Atlanta. After getting to the airport, they had to fly 3 hours to Atlanta. And Monterrey was 1 hour bus drive, followed by 1 hour flight to Monterrey. Los Angeles was similar to Atlanta. And immediately after the game, the team had to return to their base camp as required by FIFA. So they could not travel to the next match, the host city. So they had to travel back to the match venue, meaning that after the Atlanta match, the team had to go back to Pachuca before they could go to Monterrey. After Monterrey, the team had to go back to Pachuca before they could go to Los Angeles. That was the requirement for all teams, so the team could not complain. They had to adjust accordingly. With regards to the Viva's challenges, there were different perspectives because I received reports from all the staff that participated at the World Cup, including the head of delegation. According to the head coach, he attributed the delays to late visa processing and administrative shortcomings. He indicated in his report that he had inquired about visas as early as after the AFCON 2025-26 tournament had concluded. And he kept following up with management in terms of how far those the visa processing were, and indicated that in April he had submitted a list of 18 players, that he was certain that those players were in the final team. And the officials don't change really much. So he felt we could have done better as far as the visa delay was concerned. However, according to the manager's report, he attributed the challenges mainly to in the delays, mainly to the delay in the final squad confirmation and the changing timelines around the team announcement and visa appointments. I think the team manager had, according to the service provider, they had requested appointments around the 16th of May for players. And then they were anticipating that when the players arrive for camp on the 25th of May, they would then have the visa appointments with the US consulate. However, because we had different activities, the sponsors activities, the presidential dinner and training in between, so it was a little bit difficult for them to get the right times to get the players and the officials to the visa interview appointments, which required biometrics. But yeah, so there were different perspectives as far as that's concerned. However, I also included in terms of what the emergency committee discussed on the 31st of May. Following various deliberations, they identified late interviews and biometrics related to the visa application relative to the team's preparation schedule. So they felt these could have been done a lot earlier, especially with the players that were based in and around Johannesburg. They felt there was insufficient oversight as far as the external service provider, because there was an external service provider that was used.
Just a second.
Yes, sir.
I have received a WhatsApp from a journalist stating that NEC members are saying that they have not received the link yet. They have checked their emails and the NEC WhatsApp group. There's no link of this meeting. Can we rectify that, please? And in terms of the presentation, can we skip some of the slides because it has been distributed?
Okay.
Just to the important ones. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, I will follow up on your request. Okay, so
Chair? Sorry.
Okay.
Honorable Potgieter.
Yes, sorry, if I can solve your problem easily. The invites, what they're doing is they're scrolling too far down to the bottom. The Zoom meeting invite is above the MS Teams invite.
Honorable Potgieter, come again, I couldn't get you.
When you get the invite from the committee, there's a Teams link right at the bottom. They've gone too far. They need to go up. The Zoom link is above that.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, may I continue, Chair? I have sent, I've made a follow-up. So this was just to clarify the visa challenges because we had been requested to cover them. So yeah, following the emergency committee report, it was decided that I engage, because I'd already started engaging the US consulate and had reached out to debacle for government support, and they were very successful, or they were very instrumental in assisting us with these visas over the weekend. The team manager also reached out to FIFA and US consulate for more assistance as far as that's concerned. The emergency committee resolved to strengthen the team administration by appointing a 3-member organizing committee consisting of the head of delegation, Mr. David Mulonta, the chairperson of finance committee, Mr. Sibam, Police Sibam, and the team manager, Vincent Tseka, so that they can manage together all day-to-day logistical and administrative matters during the FIFA World Cup. Following that, on the 31st, the majority of the players and officials secured their visas by 1 o'clock. They were ready to depart, but we had to wait for the other 5 members. The team doctor and the 2 analysts secured their visas on the 1st of June, with only the assistant coach and the team security only receiving theirs a day later after the team had departed on the 1st. However, we made plans for them to join the team as soon as possible. However, overall impact was limited to a 1-day disruption. The airline did not charge us any additional costs for the delayed departure. The medical and high performance, this is just a summary of the report that we received from the medical team. In the interest of time, I will just skip over or just touch quickly on what was addressed. The medical and performance program successfully addressed the high altitude adaptation, the jet lag of the players due to different time zones prior to arrival and also between matches. Recovery protocol so that the team can be fresh for the next match, the workload in terms of training of the team ahead of each match, injury prevention and match readiness. And the medical team indicated that the team completed the tournament without any major injury requiring specialist referral or significant medical intervention, and they attributed a lot of the successes to the high player availability, reduced injury incidents, consistent physical performance and support for progression to round of 16. There were gaps that they identified, one of them being the number of medical team or support team, the medical support staff in the team, whereas they identified that many teams had about 9 to 17 medical and performance staff in their teams. Our team only had 6 deployed, consisting of 2 masseurs, 2 physios, and a team doctor, and a strength and conditioning coach or a physical trainer. A lot more could have been done. Prior areas for enhancement, they are requesting that for future tournaments, we look at adding an additional team doctor, a mental coach or a sports psychologist to the team, because the players go through a lot during that tournament and different emotions. A mental coach could really assist our players. A performance nutritionalist is one of the areas that they also said could strengthen our preparation, and an expanded recovery and rehabilitation resources. So that's the medical report. The media and communications, they highlighted certain areas that they worked on and expanded. They talked about the expansion of the media and content production team. They took quite a number of people so that they can give the team as much exposure as possible. There was a lot more supporter engagement, significant international media exposure, and a strong global presence overall. And this is some of the numbers that they gave forward in terms of how our digital growth went by during the tournament. Overall reach of more than 244 million impressions generated, and more than 600,000 new followers acquired across different platforms. The commercial team, they put forward the following in terms of enhanced brand, Bafana Bafana brand. They say that this exposure increased sponsorship value, new license created new licensing opportunities, greater international visibility. It expanded supporter markets and enhanced premium fan experience. And this also led to stronger collaborations with the government and commercial partners. In terms of the fans, over 46,000 ticket applications were received in the opening during the ticketing phases, but only approximately 24,000 tickets had been made available by FIFA for our fans to acquire. We received more than 9,000 applications from Germany, the second largest traveling supporter market, showing the strong presence of South Africans in Germany alone. There were fan walks that were successfully hosted ahead of the matches in Mexico City and Monterrey and Atlanta that brought South Africans together. The department touched on Ekaya centers that promoted South African culture and tourism, and there were youth and legend development initiatives that were held during the World Cup that reached around 140 participants. So this is just a high level in terms of South African television audience in the different matches. And just in overall, the tournament delivered exceptional national visibility, supporter mobilization, and commercial value. From a legal perspective, I think we're all aware that Themba Zwane received a straight red card in the 84th minute of our opening match against Mexico. The FIFA disciplinary committee handed Zwane a 3-match official ban, indicating that what he did was indicated as violent conduct in line with the FIFA laws. We challenged that decision. However, the appeals committee, we were arguing that what they had given in terms of the FIFA disciplinary committee too harsh, and the foul was not committed intentionally, and we put forward that Mr. Zwane had not, been what is perceived as a dirty player. The foul was committed during the play, and it was not malicious at all. But our appeal, after following all the right channels, was dismissed by the FIFA committee. In terms of recommendation, these are some of the things we recommended that can be done going forward, so that the people that are going to take over from us in the future, they can come in and see what worked, what didn't work, so that we can improve our preparations and in match or in tournament logistics. Just in conclusion, we want to extend our appreciation to all the sponsors, partners, government institutions, football structures, and supporters whose contribution enabled Bafana Bafana's successful FIFA World Cup 2026 campaign. And as an association, all the support we receive from the various the stakeholders, the Department of Sport being one of them, the provincial governments and local municipalities that hosted Bafana qualifying matches and training matches and camps and international friendly matches across the country. The SABC for the exposure and the support they've given our national team during the preparation phase and also throughout the World Cup journey, so that the majority of South Africans can get to see their team in action. Our supporters, our sponsors, Standard Bank, that came on board in March as a headline sponsor for Bafana Bafana. We are really appreciative of the support of 10Bet, Castle Lager, Honor, Adidas, Coca-Cola, Endurate, Peace Sports Suite, Southern Sun, Freddie H, Rexona, and the South African Airways, and many other people that have been very instrumental in supporting us throughout our journey, with the PSL being one of them in terms of availing the players and also finishing the league ahead of time so that the coach can have access to the players, the different football clubs that release their players for the national team, SAFA regions and LFAs, the coaches, administrators, staff, volunteers, and everyone across South Africa and the region who contributed to the growth and success of the South African football team. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, CEO. Honorable members, I'm now going to give an opportunity for members who would like to ask questions. And while I'm doing so, I see that one of the deputy presidents have joined. Mr. Zwane, you have made such a wonderful presentation in our previous meeting last year, November. Can you give this committee the reasons why you're disregarding us by not attending until now?
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to members of the Portfolio Committee and the members present here. I think in terms of this meeting, I particularly had not been been delegated to be in this meeting. And then I got a call from the CEO. I was busy where I sell my employment, and I then immediately had to come and join because I was told that I'm supposed to be here. But to be honest, it's not a matter of disregarding the portfolio committee. As and when the portfolio committee says I must attend, I always do. So in this regard, I was not one of the delegated persons. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. That's strange. And you attended all other previous meetings in this term. Mr. Bailey, I would think that we would have expect better from you yourself. You're out of the race of the presidency, and as a matter of fact, as portfolio committee members, we don't want to be drawn into the battles and internal fighting of SAFA. Why did you disregard this invitation?
Thank you, Chair. My apologies for not having been here earlier. I still haven't received an invitation. The initial invitation that was received or was sent to SAFA was circulated by the Chikani Baloyi to all the executive members, which included myself. So I diarized today. I really did diarize today. It's still in my diary. I can send you a copy of my electronic diary. However, there was no, according to me, there was no time. So I prepared myself. In the last NSC meeting, it was just an Verbygaan said the president will formulate the delegation. And I knew I would not be part of this delegation, but I still kept it. I still kept this day open. And I listened to the whole conversation about the portfolio committee. I've listened to it on the link, which you can, as the public can tune into. Until I received a call asking me, do you know that we're supposed to be in? I said, no, I did not, because the president had to formulate the delegation. And then I learned that the president is also not available. Then normally the deputy presidents would deputize. So I really found that odd. So I want to apologize for not being here, but it is not in my making, Chairman. I've just listened now or heard, and this is an important point I want to make in this conversation quickly, is that Linda Zwane, as one of the vice presidents, said the CEO phoned him or contacted him. I was not contacted by the CEO or anybody. I got this link from someone else, not from the office side. So there's this thing here about if you contest, you must be isolated. And I've been isolated from the mainstream of the organization now since and before I've raised my hand to contest for elections, the coming elections in itself. Chair, I don't want to bore the meeting with that part, but I wanted to place on record. I apologize, but it's not of my making, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. You just confirm what I've said earlier on, that and I just grasped it and said that my take on it is that you are not invited to this meeting, and because I know, and really, this must now really stop, Mr. Is it Libucham? I want you from the department side that there should be, some oversight when it comes to the operation of SAFA, how they do things, their elections and all of these, because, and even SASCOC as well, this is really unacceptable. You were just confirming, and we can go on and on with all the other NEC members. But with that said, the following order will be the Honorable Molotani, the Honorable Potgieter, the Honorable Daniels. Please proceed in that fashion.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me officially greet honorable members. Let me greet Minister, everyone who's on the platform, because in the morning we didn't have time to greet Chairperson. Chair, let me switch off my video for better connection. Yes. Chairperson, thank you very much. I just want to check, first thing first, regarding the presentation that, in fact, the opening statement that was done by the minister. I'm not sure if the minister is still in the meeting, because SAFA is here. It's regarding the issue of the VAR. If you allow me, Chairperson.
Yes, please proceed. Is the
Thank you.
minister on the platform?
I am on the platform, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me first congratulate the DSEC for the World Plan event, the sports award, as well as the event that happened on Friday, Chairperson. But my only concern with the sports award, Minister, I am not sure how are you working it out that the sports women, the final sports women of the year and the first final sportsmen of the year, they only got something like 20,000, and then in the final winner of the day got 100,000. I don't know, but can we improve on that, Minister? But I'm happy with the event. Only if we can improve on that, Minister, I'll be very much happy. And secondly, you know, Chairperson, SAFA was supposed to be, in fact, SAFA was supposed to be the most excellent run federation. The issue of the VAR, they were supposed to have responded to Minister like yesterday, because they know the issue of VAR, how it was dividing the portfolio committee. And after Minister has done everything for them to get the VAR, here they are today. And the reason we were loud with the issue of VAR, Minister, like as we've said before, it's not because that we don't want VAR, but because we know that the money was not going to be safe with SAFA. They can't run their own budget. So it was going to be very difficult for them to do as they were supposed to do regarding the issue of the VAR. Immediately when I saw that, I was like, these people, they even failed the person who had trust in them, even though we did not have trust, but the minister have trust in them. But here they are today. I just want to check, Minister, on the issue of the VAR. This issue of the VAR, as you've just said, that they fail to respond. Is there any a signed agreement between DSEC and SAFA, especially when they receive that money, to say that that money specifically is for VAR? The reason I'm asking that is because I don't want us to find ourselves tomorrow where SAFA will be dragging the department to court regarding this issue of VAR. I will wait for the response.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mulatani. Through you, Chair.
Please proceed, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Honorable Mulatani, there is an agreement, there's a contract between us where we tell them exactly what the money should be used for. We even have specific dates of the contract. We are totally covered as a department. I don't play that type of games when it comes to the money of the state. I have made sure the department is fully covered with the whole roadmap, what should happen and by which dates. So we have a contract. We even stated specifically that the money should be kept in a separate account. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think the department can just submit that to the portfolio committee. I think on the part of the minister, up to so far, I'm done. Let me go to straight to SAFA. I just want to check, Chairperson from SAFA. Who is the team manager of SAFA?
Through you, Chair, can I respond?
Yes, we may respond directly.
Thank you, Chair. The team manager was Mr. Vincent Tseka. His contract expired on the 31st of July. Thank you.
During the World Cup, was Mr. Vincent Tseka still part of the team?
Through you, Chair? Yes, he was.
Chair, I just want to check with SAFA. The qualification to be a team manager, what are the qualifications to be the team manager? I'm going somewhere, Chairperson, with this question.
So when Mr. Tseka was appointed, I was not part of SAFA. However, we recently issued an advert for a team manager in terms of the requirements, and specifically there we have indicated a bachelor's degree in sport management, project management, business administration with or related field with a minimum of 5 years experience in sports management, team management or similar role, or a metric or equivalent with a minimum of 10 years experience in sports administration, team management or similar role. And we also
Thank you very much.
other.
Thank you very much, CEO. I just want to check. When Mr. Tseka was appointed, you are the CEO. When you are the CEO of the company, it doesn't matter even if you arrive yesterday or you arrive last week. You need to know the information of the company by head. It must be on top of your head, whether it happened before you were appointed. When I just want to check, when Mr. Tseka was appointed, what was the required qualification?
Chair, through you, ma'am, honestly, I was, as I said, I don't know. I will be honest, I don't know because I was not there.
While in the meantime, you are still answering this, tell someone in your office to start checking that information because it's crucial to the question that I'm going to ask. I want to check. When the team went to play at a CAF tournament, there was a comment where the team, they were complaining regarding the base camp where they are training and in fact where they are staying as well as the stadium. It's two different venues. It's very long and they travel for some time to arrive there. I just want to check, isn't the responsibility of the team manager immediately after he is aware that the team has qualified for a certain tournament to go and check the area before and start to check where is it possible for the team to be based vis-a-vis where the team is going to play?
Through you, Chair, yes, ma'am. The team manager does go and check where we are supposed to be based and where we're supposed to train, and also anticipate in terms of should we progress to the next rounds, where would we be, where would we stay in terms of accommodation and the traveling facilities, but also that's also dependent on the allocations by the local organizing committee of CAF and of FIFA.
But at this instant, or on issue of CAF, he failed to do that. Are we agree? CEO.
Yeah, I'm not sure, ma'am.
Yes,
he says
failed.
that he says he
failed to
but
do that.
CAF is otherwise, yeah.
He failed to do that.
He says he had, but CAF said otherwise, ma'am.
No, let's agree. He failed to do that. The same thing where I'm going to is the issue of the visa applications for the team. In fact, before you can talk about this outside service provider, who was supposed to deal with that? The team manager again. Is it?
Yes, ma'am.
The team manager again. And I still don't understand why the SAFA kept someone who cost an entity a lot of money. I think this is not for the first time that we complain about this. The first time I talked about this, it was when SAFA was in COSAFA Games, where he brought the wrong t-shirts, and then he had to put a black tape on the label. So let me go again to that issue of passports and visa. Why has the private, apparently unsupervised external service provider was used for visa processing without any formal governance or oversight framework? And who specifically approved that arrangement? I will pause there and wait for the answer, CEO.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So whenever teams are traveling outside the country, team managers, as you rightfully say, are responsible for the arrangement of the visas for the various teams. They are supposed to do research as to whether we need a visa to a certain country or not. And after that, should we need a visa, then they make the arrangements. There have been times where it has been very difficult to gain access to certain consulates or high commissioners or what do you call them? The ambassadors' offices, so to speak. So that embassies, the word is embassies. So at times you'll find that managers have got no agents that have got direct access into certain of those embassies or the consulates. So they would use a certain agent that they are comfortable with. I have not used an agent before. Myself, I'm talking about now, but when I was team manager of Banyana, there were instances where I had to use agents to help speed up some of the visa requirements.
Who's supposed to supervise that service provider? Who was supposed to supervise it?
Myself as a team manager, I will have to supervise the service provider because he will be doing work on my behalf.
So who's supposed to be taken to task regarding the failure of the visas?
Well, naturally, we would take our employee to task with regards to that.
Presently, who's supposed to be taken to task? You, because you said that you were supposed to supervise that service provider. So
no, I'm saying, ma'am, so sorry, correction. I'm saying me. If I'm the team manager, I would have to supervise the service provider. If I'm the team manager.
I'm saying yes. Who was supposed to supervise that external service provider? It was supposed to be supervised by the team manager, and whom he failed to supervise it. Second incident, who's supposed to take that supervisor to task? Who's supposed to take that sports manager to task on this issue of visas?
Well, it would be myself through the reporting manager.
Did you do that?
Ma'am, as I indicated in my report, the matter was taken to the emergency committee because it was.
How far is the matter? How far is the matter?
The contract has expired, so we have not done anything further to that because.
You know what? You were not going to do anything because when this thing started, it started during the CAF, and you failed to take that team manager to task, and he felt that everything that he was doing was right. He did that again this time around, and doing that this time around, he know that no one will ever touch him because you were supposed to take that team manager to task firstly during the CAF issue so that coming to World Cup, he can be able to know what needs to happen. Given that the head coach and the team manager gave conflicting explanations for the visa delay, has SAFA since reconciled these accounts? And what the unresolved discrepancy revealed about internal communication and command structure?
May I request clarity through you, Chair? You say we managed to reconcile Can you please repeat that?
You know what, CEO? I was expecting that we are going to pull this one. In all our meeting, we'll be raising the questions and we'll be asked the question to be repeated. And we can't always be doing one thing. It's either you are here in this meeting or you are not. This is not the first meeting where we'll raise a question and will be requested the question to be repeated.
I'm asking for clarity, ma'am.
It can't be. I'm saying that given that the head coach and the team manager give conflicting explanation for the visa delay, has SAFA since reconciled these two accounts, the statement of the head coach, the statement of the team leader? Have you, SAFA, reconciled those two statements?
Reconciled, sorry, Chair, I'm trying to get clarity. Reconciled how?
Ma'am, head coach have said this regarding the issue of the visa. The team manager is saying this regarding the issue of the visa. Have you sat down, take those two statements and explain to us what have you got out of those two statements? Who's telling this nation the truth? Who's not telling this nation the truth?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Through you, Chair. In my report or in my presentation, immediately after indicating that there were different views as far as the visa challenges were concerned, I indicated that the emergency committee had a meeting where they deliberated on all the matters that were put on the table regarding the visa delay, and it was indicated that administration, the administration was at fault because administratively we should have applied for the visas well ahead of time instead of waiting for the team to get into camp before we can do the visa applications and biometric interviews. So yes, the coach, then according to the emergency committee, the coach's requests were valid in terms of checking in terms whether the visas had been applied for or not since the end of AFCON.
So are you saying to us now what the coach was saying? It was the true story, not what the team manager was saying?
It is their perspective, ma'am. The manager feels, he felt he could have done the visa applications on time, given the players from the players' arrival into camp on the 25th. He could have done everything on time, but he was delayed because of certain events that we had to put in camp. So I can't say that the team manager is lying because that's his version. And the coach had his own version where he says we should have done everything well ahead of time. And if we had done what he had asked the manager to do well ahead of time, these visa challenges could not have been encountered.
Chairperson, I think I will come back second time around because really what I can sense here, we are not going to get anything out of SAFA. And it's bad because I think this is our third or fourth meeting with SAFA where we don't get answers. And I so wish that the president could be here so that when we say some of the things, he could just come and hear it from the portfolio members. The unfortunate part is that you know what I'm getting from the CEO, Chair, when I ask about the CEO. Even if you can send an email requesting certain information from the CEO or sending the WhatsApp, unfortunately, we are hitting the brick wall with the CEO because he's not responding. Instead, he will just blue tick you on WhatsApp. He will open your email and she will never respond back. So let me give other members space, Chairperson. The unfortunate part is that we are not going to get anything out of this SAF. Hopefully, the new committee that will be elected in future, they will start to respect us as this committee.
Thank you, Honorable Molatsani. As long as it is not this committee who are the cause that SAFA is the own cause of their reputational bankruptcy. I just want to say thank you to members who attended the weekend at Sun City and out of their own because of austerity measures. Now, Honorable Letsia, now you will understand why I did not ask Mr. Sibam to leave my meeting. I want to piggyback on the question Honorable Molatani has spoke about. The austerity measures. We all know finance and all portfolios are dealing and trying to save money. Now, I want to ask you, CEO, why was it necessary for Mr. Sibam and Mr. Jack Maluleka to accompany the team while there was a manager?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Sibam was, I think in my presentation, I did indicate that the emergency committee, what is the word? Mandated Mr. Sibam as the chairperson of the finance committee and also the head of delegation to assist the team manager with the day-to-day running of the team. And Mr. Sibam was traveling to assist with the financial matters, money matters, so to speak. Mr. Jack Maluleka was delegated as the head of the technical committee.
But was it necessary for the fact that both, the HOD and the team manager was present there?
I can't answer that, Chair.
No. From an austerity point of view, what would you say? Was it necessary or not?
It's difficult for Chair. The president delegated them, and the emergency committee did so.
Thank you. Yeah, it tells a story. Everything tells a story. The presence, in this meeting, the developments, the attitude, and everything tells a story. The Honorable Potgieter?
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry, I switched over to another screen. I thought you were going to go on longer there. What I'd like to understand, your report, particularly from the SAFA side, you give a extensive report on the operational sort of outcomes and the operations of the World Cup. But what it doesn't give us is a sort of consolidated financial account, and that's what I'm more interested in. Can you tell me how much SAFA received from FIFA for World Cup preparation and participation?
CFO? I've got my CFO, Mr. Gronichluyo, in the meeting who can assist with financial questions.
Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members, and the Minister. In terms of preparation fee, we received $2.5 million from FIFA. That's what we received as preparation fee.
Fantastic. And then you mentioned in your presentation a number of sponsors. How much money did you receive from them for the World Cup?
Well, our sponsors, they were not sponsoring the World Cup as such, but these are our normal sponsors. But in terms of the funding for the World Cup, I think as the CEO reported earlier, we received 7.2 million from the Department of Sport to assist with the charter, and preparation money from FIFA of $2.5 million.
And
so that was the direct funding for the World Cup.
Any other funding that you utilized from SAFA or any other money that you utilized for the World Cup?
Yeah, we would have utilized the money from our sponsors because our sponsors, we've got sponsors that sponsor Bafana specifically. For an example, Standard Bank, Castle. So the money that we get from them would have contributed towards the World Cup preparations.
So do you know how much that is?
what we get is an annual amount. You know, it's not directly for
No, I understand that. But how
sponsorship.
much of that annual amount did you use?
We are still busy doing the reconciliations of how much we've spent. So we don't have the exact figure now, but it's something that we're working on.
Okay. Then tell me, I'm trying to understand, why was the 7.2 million rand required from the department if you had received preparation money from FIFA and you obviously, I mean, you're unable to get that amount, but you'd received money from the sponsors. What exactly did the 7.2 million rand cover? You talk about it being required for preparation and logistics, but you don't give us exactly what it was spent on.
The 7.2 million was spent on the charter. So the coach, the Bafana coach, requested a charter to go to Mexico. And the cheapest quotation that we received for the charter was slightly over 11 million rand. And we needed assistance with that. So that's why we approached the department, and they contributed 7.2 million towards the charter costs.
Explain the charter. Why was this the most feasible option? And possibly if the minister can give his thoughts here. I'm just a bit confused. 11 million rand on a charter. Can you explain the thinking behind that?
Yeah, the thinking behind that was the amount of time it would take for the team to get to Mexico. I think it was going to, if we had used scheduled flights, I think it was going to take close to 24 hours of travel, or slightly over that. So then when the players get there in Mexico, they'll be tired, and so forth. So the charter will get the team there quicker. And because we had a short period before our first match, since we played the opening
I understand
match.
that.
Yeah.
How much of this was related to the visa delays and the delays in getting the guys off the ground?
No, when the decision to get a charter by the coach was taken, it was before the visa issues. So the visa issue had nothing to do with the charter.
Okay. Is this a normal mode of travel for our national teams? In such a case, let's say, we had another national team that went to the United States, would we also deploy a charter and pay for it?
It is common from time to time when the traveling becomes difficult using scheduled flights, we charter. So it is something that is very common.
Okay. Would you say then, because I understand the time and to get them there on time, and I mean, to be honest, I would expect that they were a bit jet lagged in the beginning. Was this related to the late announcement of the teams that they got all, very late instead of, planning this? I'm trying to understand from your presentation, because it's not very clear on what the delays were. They say there's differing opinions on various delays. And for me, you can understand how I got to this conclusion. Because it seems there was a visa delay, there was a team announcement delay. The latter I do understand. It's sometimes not so easy to announce a team. But I'm not really understanding why there was insufficient sort of, or problems with regards to the administration or what these were. Your presentation doesn't really tell us that. And I would think that if the department has given you 7.2 million rand, that we would get that kind of level of detail.
So the charter has got nothing to do with the delays that were experienced. Whether the team announcement had been done earlier, or whether we did not have any visa issues, that had nothing to do with the decision to take the charter. The decision to take the charter is mainly influenced by the scheduled flights. So if scheduled flights or commercial flights will take you, say, 28 hours, for an example, to get to Mexico because of the routes that take you to Mexico, whether there is a delay in announcing the team or there is no delay, it will not affect that decision. Because for you to have a team going to the World Cup and traveling for 28 hours, by the time they get there, there won't be in a fit
Yeah.
condition to
No, thank you, Sifa.
participate in a
I
World Cup.
understand
Yeah.
completely. Sorry, just for the sake of time, I do understand completely. I just want to, for future reference, Chair, I would like a complete financial breakdown from SAFA. Essentially, they're not trying to sell us the idea of Bafana. I don't think they need to. But what they are selling us is that they properly spent the money that was given to them by the departments. And this is where our oversight becomes important. I'm less interested in a sort of surface level analysis of what went right and what went wrong, and more a case of give me the exact figures where you spent the money, and what costs emanated from the mistakes that were made. So if we can get a full sort of expenditure report from SAFA, I would assume that you would have that on hand and you've done this analysis yourself, and I see the finance chair is online. If we can maybe get that as a committee, that full financial breakdown, please, before I move on to my next question, Chair.
I believe that will be possible, Honourable Member. Proceed to the next question.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to the VAR issue because this one does concern me quite extensively. And I think, Chair, you mentioned previously with regards to this being sort of premature. And I don't think it was in the way that the minister understood it. The prematurity relates to the fact that the sort of money came before the plan. So what I'm trying to understand, FIFA itself, and I mentioned this in previous meetings, is that they require a formal process with regards to not only the technology, but also the stadium readiness, infrastructure readiness, and operations, and your referee training and development. So they require all of these things before you can implement VAR. And they also, as was previously advised, provide you with mechanisms in which to do this that fall outside of federation. So this is not new knowledge. But what I'd like to understand is that we were advised that SAFA would submit its full report, the infrastructure and the budget setup. This was following the trip that they took to go and look at VAR before the 31st of March. Yet that never came. And then the 20 million rand was transferred already at the beginning of March. So I'd like to know, where is the study, not the oversight visit, that established that South Africa was ready in terms of our stadiums, our technical requirements, the full life cycle cost, referee capacity, and sustainable funding model before that money was transferred?
Who you want to respond to that, Honourable Potgieter?
Chair, I would assume it would be the minister, but the department is welcome to provide that. I know that they make the actual, they sign the checks, I suppose.
The department?
Potgieter, through you, Chair, can I just understand the question again?
I'm trying to understand, Minister, with regards to the payment that was made to SAFA, against what report was that done? Because the referees had gone and looked at VAR, but in order for VAR to be implemented, there's a requirement that there is readiness in terms of our technical requirements, the stadiums, the full life cycle cost, the referee capacity and training, as well as a funding model to sustain VAR over time. But before SAFA was set to produce that infrastructure and budget reports on the 31st of March, that 20 million rand was already transferred to them almost a month prior. So is there a study that basically establishes our readiness to bring on VAR that preceded, preceded the payment that was made to them?
All right. Thank you so much, Potgieter, for the question. First, I think we don't need a study to understand that there's a need for VR in this country. The cricket has their own, rugby has their own sort of VR. So there's no study needed. It's needed, period. That's number one. Number two, when you deal with IGR, intergovernmental relations, and when you deal with stakeholders, you don't deal with them on the premise that you're dealing with people that are not honest or people that are not trustworthy. We have totally trusted our counterparts and our colleagues at SAFA, and we knew a decision was taken that we needed SAFA, we needed VR. We looked at the price, we took the cheapest option that there is. And we then stood back from the whole procurement issue, as FIFA required then that should happen. And SAFA then started the process together with the PSL and the referees committee. So we always knew, and I still believe that SAFA has the money in a separate account, so we can always call that money back if anything had to happen. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, to a point, Minister, and I disagree with you that we don't need a study, because FIFA itself requires, a full implementation process that confirms, readiness in terms of stadiums, infrastructure, referees, etc., before VAR can be used. And I'm wondering, without a plan, this money was transferred, and there was never any plan or signed commitment or contract or something to hold SAFA to account or to an implementation plan. I don't think it's sufficient enough to say that every country has VAR and VAR is, the future of football. I mean, that's not really the question. The question was, were we ready to spend 20 million rand? How many other countries have paid over money for VAR without previously doing a feasibility study, or a study on the readiness of their country to implement it? And that's what I'm trying to understand, because now we've seen that SAFA is in fact not ready and have not done much, and are asking for 21 days to pay the money back. So what were they planning to do with the money when they received it in the first place? And maybe that's a question that SAFA can answer.
Honorable, through you, Chair. I think SAFA, the 21 days of SAFA is also to give us, and I think they can explain while they're here, to say to us, we asked for the money back and they asked for 21 days. And then we said the reason we want the money back, there's no progress report. And so they asked for 21 days. So I'm also but in the dark, is the 21 days for the return of the money, or is the 21 days for the for giving us the progress of VR, which they failed to give to me. And as far as no reports are concerned, no, that's not true. There's no way we can just give money and sit back and there's no plan. There's plans which we will share with this committee. Surely there's paperwork between us. We are not a jungle department that can just transfer 20 million like I'm giving somebody e-wallet. There has been plans, there's been discussions, there's been meetings, there's been minutes of those meetings, which we'll make available. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chairperson, look, I think, the question is not whether we need VAR. I'm not disputing that we need VAR. I watch football avidly. It's on my TV, 2 days a week. I don't think that that's in question. The question is why it would appear that, the cart has been put before the horse, because essentially money was paid over before a full implementation plan or a feasibility study or how this would be rolled out was done. And we're seeing the consequences of that, is that essentially there's no progress, there's no plan, there's no assessment on readiness, and for me it's a huge problem. This is it's a lot of money, and I think we should have been at a phase where, as was said, this should have been reported on at the end of March. It wasn't. We now have no progress report. We don't know if it's feasible. We don't know if it's been costed, and we don't know whether we're ready to implement. Just in line with
Chair.
this.
May I, Chair? Excuse me, a point of order, Chair.
What's the point of order, Minister? Let the member elaborate, finish, and then you can have enough time to respond, Minister.
It's fine, Chair.
Right.
The Minister can go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say
no honorable
right,
Potgieter, I'm chairing the meeting. Please go ahead.
I will wait. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Just in line with this, because what I'd like to understand is I do not think that VAR in itself is going to fix the refereeing problem that we have in this country. Because at the same time that VAR is established, it needs to be done in line with the sort of referee development program and governance sort of structures that are put in place to address the problems that we're having. The second issue is that VAR is managed by referees. So at the same time that we're implementing VAR, what program or implementation process is being implemented in terms of referees to fix the disciplinary issues and the lack of independence or the bias or whatever it is that we're trying to address? Because VAR by itself is not going to do that. It also can only be utilized on a very minimal basis in a game. You cannot just use it for every decision that is made. So on that basis, what is being done by the department in conjunction with SAFA to address the referee crisis that they allege that VAR is going to fix?
The Minister. Minister.
Chair, I've moved now to a different part of my house, so I missed a little bit of what Honorable Potgieter said.
In summary, I'm trying to understand, because VAR can be used at a minimal level in a game. It cannot be used for every decision. We have heard extensively that referees, there's an issue with regards to disciplinary, matters with regards to referees, possible biasness, incorrect decisions, etc., and so forth. I don't need to tell you about the stories around those. But VAR in itself is not going to fix that. So what is being done in conjunction between the department possibly, but more so on SAFA's side, to address the referee issue? Because VAR in itself is not going to solve those problems, and VAR is managed by referees.
No, thank you so much, Honorable Potgieter. Look, wherever there's people, there will be problems. That's just a fact of life. Whether it is in motor racing, in cricket, in rugby, as the name VAR says, it is assisting. It is not perfecting the system. SAFA should have continuous training of referees, because there are very good referees in the world. We have very good referees in South Africa. We never hear of them because of the very bad ones that we have in South Africa. So to answer your question, VAR is not the beginning and the end of perfection in the game, but VAR indeed assists greatly. And I agree that we must have continuous referee training. We must also have the special investigative unit being given cases where it feels like corruption and bribery has happened, so there can be consequence management for referees that gets. And those are just some of the measures, but I think SAFA will know best how to answer this question. Thank you so much, Honorable.
Okay, if we can get a response from SAFA possibly on that, as well as the delay on from their side.
From SAFA.
Yes, please, Chair. I've got one more question then for them after that.
Yeah, please, SAFA must tell us also where the ex-referees is, because they are leading this project. Daniel Bennett, Abdul Ibrahim, and Victor Damans. SAFA.
Through you, Chair, Mr. Abdul has joined us in the meeting. So as the administrator for the VR project team, he can respond. And also Mr. Sibam is the head of the finance committee that has been tasked into looking at certain procurement measures before any procurement of equipment can take place. So
yes, please, Mr. Abdul Ibrahim.
Chair, if I can simplify the question for the purposes of SAFA, I'd like to know what progress reports they have, what implementation feasibility study they have on this particular program, what referee development program they have that is being done in conjunction with VAR. And considering we have the finance committee members here, I would also like to know which members of the finance committee are actively pushing back against the implementation of VAR.
That's the final question from your side, Mr. Abdul Ibrahim. Please unmute. Unmute.
We can't hear you, Abdul. He has unmuted, but we can't hear him.
Can you hear me now, ma'am?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Mr. Chairperson, good afternoon, Chairperson, good afternoon, members. If I can just respond from the referee perspective, as far as development is concerned, We have development that takes place annually at various levels, from national all the way down to provincial and then regional as well. These are annual programs. There are some other words that have been used by the honorable members with regards to refereeing, like bad referees, etc. They are not necessarily bad referees. Yes, they make mistakes, as the honorable minister has said. In any sporting code, referees are going to make errors. VAR is an enhancement, just like we had with the beeper flags that were introduced, with the communication sets that were introduced. It's just an enhancement to match for match officials. VAR, yes, it is limited in its scope currently, but it will definitely assist with those critical decisions that are causing the general public to speak about or make certain comments about referees being poor, etc., etc. Referees in South Africa are not poor. We need to
Mr.
accept that
Ibrahim,
they are human
Mr.
beings.
Ibrahim,
Chair,
Mr.
if I
Ibrahim,
may.
the member doesn't dispute that. What she wants is to find out on the process, proof of the process, the oversight. Remember, when you reported to us last year, you said the tender has been approved in April. That is what you said. The tender has been approved in April. You even go so far last year, you said to us that, let me just get my mind ready. Yeah, you said to us that you and a representative, Daniel Bennett and a representative went overseas. So we want to know, the minister has all the reasons to want his money back. Will he get his money back? If yes, then this process has failed under your leadership as a former referee in this particular case. You are the pioneers who are leading this VAR project. Now the country don't see anything. There's a 13 million being given. The process, the honorable member wants to know about the process. What has happened up until now?
Chair, if I may, before they continue, I'm not stating that referees are poor in this country. I'm going off what has been reported and why VAR is being introduced. This is information that has been given to us or it has been in the public space. It is not my opinion. I'm asking, on that basis, what is your progress report? Where's your feasibility study or implementation program, as well as your corresponding referee development program that ties up with VAR so that the system itself is utilized effectively? Thank you.
Mr. Ibrahim?
Do I continue, Chair?
Yes, please do.
So I can respond with regards to where we are in the VAR process. But I do remember in a meeting that we had that the CEO responds to all matters relating to VAR. Currently, it sits with our senior leadership, but I'm sure that our CEO can provide further information with regards to that.
Are we losing you?
No, Chair, I think it's been referred to the CEO.
CEO?
Chair, CEO, can I deal with the money issue and then we can deal with the other side?
Yes, sir.
Can I come in, Chair?
Yes, please do, Mr. Sibam.
Yes, Chair, briefly, Chair, the department gave us 20 million, which we put in a separate bank account. And there was a contract. I'm sure you heard the minister mentioning that we did not submit reports. And those reports are not something that are just coming out of, they were specific based on that, on the contract that was signed between the department and SAFA, that as SAFA was supposed to submit regular reports based on the timelines that were agreed. Where the matter is now, when it comes to VAR, the NEC of SAFA mandated us as the finance committee to make sure, because once you have covered money, there are two policies that you have to deal with. You have to deal with the PFMA Act, and also you have to deal with the policies of SAFA. So as a FinCom, we're mandated then to make sure so that when time comes for us to report to the department, we are not found wanting through the process that we have followed to ensure that we procure. And just to cover another point on the budget, on the budget that was submitted to the department, is not only for the equipment, it's for the equipment and also for the training of our referees, because once you have VAR, there's another additional training that you have to do to referees. Other than that, not that I'm answering for referees, but the issue of referees in the country, there's continuous development of referees, like basically, and I think one of the leading countries in Africa when it comes to refereeing. Hopefully I've covered the finance part. And the other thing, if you can just give me privilege, Chair, just to address one issue, Chair, of me going to the World Cup, Chair.
No, please, no, I did not ask you, Mr. Zibam. Please don't defend yourself. Honorable Potgieter, please.
I'm not defending myself.
Chair, sorry, we still have other members who'd like to ask questions. I'm asking a very simple question. I want to know, now we've established that there's a contract and that SAFA has not complied with the contractual obligations there. I want to know what implementation policy, what policy they have with regards to referees in relation to VAR, not the annual development of referees. And I want to know exactly who in the Finance Committee is pushing back on VAR that you have failed to comply with your contractual obligations. I do not need a lecture on the PFMA or the MFMA or any other legislation. Believe me, I spent many, many years studying law. I don't need an explanation on those things. I simply want details of your progress report, your implementation feasibility study, your referee developments in conjunction with VAR, and exactly which individuals in your Finance Committee are against this that are causing these delays. If you are unable to give that to me, then that's fine. But Chair, I don't want to eat into my colleagues' time because I feel like we're going around in circles on this issue. Thank you.
Most definitely, they are not
with your permission, Chair, can I
questions.
respond?
I would want you, Honorable Potgieter, to resend those questions. It's quite frustrating. And I'm now going to call upon the Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, colleagues, Minister, DSEC staff, and to SAFA. I'm just so shocked. I also see the tendencies. It's like a leopard, it doesn't change its spot, Chairperson. One must know when one is a guest, when one is invited. Mr. Nkolisi must understand, because I see he's trying to bulldoze here again, once again. You are a guest here. You are invited by us. This is not your place. I want to make a statement, please, Chairperson, and then I'm going to ask some questions. On the issue, the statement I want to make is on the charter that's been booked for our national pride, or our elite athletes representing our country. And I'm sitting here and I'm thinking that as members of parliament, we've got work to do. We've got mayors in local government, we've got premiers, we've got the president of the country, and they are all transported in specific ways to fulfill their duties and their functions. So I just want to say that surely I believe that our professional players must be treated professionally, including being chartered, not unless we see ourselves as a third world country participating in a world tournament. I really hope, and I hope the minister is listening, I really hope that we can treat our professionals like professionals and that we can get them up to the standard where we transport them, where we charter them, because looking at this presentation, it grates my heart to think that what they must go through to go and represent our country at the end of the day in front of millions or billions of viewers, and then they are suffering from strain, they're suffering from physical strain, they are not 100% prepared, because it takes a lot out of you having to be transported around. You are not just a good, like goods are being transported around in a truck. You are the pride of our nation. So, Honorable Minister, I'm not asking a question to you for a response. I'm seeking your consideration to ensure that we have money enough to treat our professionals like professionals and charter them around. when they're representing our country. That's the end of my statement. Chairperson, to the CEO, I just want to check, man. I want to go back to the debacle that has unfolded around the visas. And I would like to do this interpellation style, Chairperson, and then I've just got one more person I'm going to ask questions to, then I'm done, Chairperson. The CEO, can the CEO, are you in a position to switch on your camera for an interpellation?
My camera is on, sir, but I don't
All
think
right,
the,
yes.
the video is
I
working.
understand.
Yes.
I appreciate that because I just forgot to
Daniels,
at the
Honorable
beginning.
Daniels, let
Yes,
me put on record to this portfolio committee. This is not the first time the CEO cannot show a video or her face. We had the previous time where the CEO had problems with signal and signal on and off when difficult questions was asked. And today again, we are confronted with a highly professional organization, I guess, coming from the World Cup and also scooping over 200 million rand from the team that's facilities is of this nature. I just want us to put that on record, and I must also declare my dissatisfaction on that. Please proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you for that very important point, Chairperson. It appears to me as if it is the nature of the beast, and it is the beast, in my view, who has been handpicked to form part of the initial delegation for this sitting. But I will get to that later. CEO, please, you said to us, did I hear you correctly? You said that the team manager's term expired the end of July. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. Was there a golden handshake involved?
No, sir.
Not at all?
No, sir.
No plans to remunerate the team manager for services rendered?
No, sir. Not that
So
I'm
you
aware
can-
of.
No. Don't tell me not that you're aware of. You are the CEO. You
No,
cannot
sir.
not be aware of. So are you putting it to this committee? I want to remind you that you are under oath. Can you put it to this committee that there will be absolutely no remuneration paid as a golden handshake to the team manager who, according to you, whose term came to an end at the end of July? Can you confirm that?
I can confirm that, sir.
Thank you very much. Then I want to know from you, CEO, the team manager, what role did he fulfill prior to being the team manager? He's been in the SAFA fold before, has he not been?
Yes, before then, I'm not sure. Can I reach out to my colleagues to assist in terms of what role he was occupying before?
Yeah, please, I just want to get the answer to that one.
Mr. CFO, please can you assist with answering this question in terms of the team manager? What role was he occupying in SAFA before he was appointed as the national teams manager?
Yes, through you, Chair. Before Mr. Vincent Seka was appointed as the national team manager, he was the youth development officer.
Thank you so much for your honesty. I really appreciate that. I was aware that he was the youth development officer. I just wanted to test the honesty. Now, will you agree that he has done a good job as the youth development officer? Responsible for development of football? CEO?
I was not part of the association, so sincere apologies, I would not be able to answer that, sir.
Who will be able to answer us that?
I don't know who his line manager was. The line manager would be the most appropriate person. Mr. Trio, do you recall who was his line manager?
No, at that time, the technical director was Mr. Neil Tovey. That was the technical director. And after he left, it was Mr. Walter Steenbok. But during his time as the Youth Development
that's fine.
Officer, it was Mr. Neil Tovey.
That's fine. Thank you very much. I put it to you that he's done a terrible job. And can you tell me, CEO, he is responsible to ensure as a team manager that the logistics of traveling and stuff must be sorted out. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So can you then say that, would you agree with me, in my view that I have, that he has failed the team by not ensuring that visas were sorted out timelessly? Will you agree to that?
I can't say yes or no, sir.
No, you must tell me yes or no.
I really can't say yes or no because there were elements that he has done quite well, and this one, which was out in the open, was not done quite well.
All right, so you agree that he has failed because he didn't do well.
In terms of the departure of the team that led to a one-day delay, yes, he did not succeed in ensuring.
Come, I draw your attention to something else where he failed. You see, now this is an expression, honorable colleagues, about how SAFA is being run. If I put it to you, CEO, that even during the preparations for the World Cup before our national pride left South Africa, if I put it to you that we could not even properly secure training fields and facilities for our team, there were challenges even as far as that is concerned. What would your response be?
I got that from the head coach and through the head coach and his report that there were instances where there were issues with the booking of the training facility, but not all the time. But there were instances, yes.
Right. So you do agree that he has failed to secure training facilities for our team, our national pride, that must go and represent us on a global stage. That the problem was, well, even with the preparations on our doorstep, at home, in our backyards, there were failures.
At times there were failures, yes, sir.
Thank you for that acknowledgement. Now, you see, how did we expect the mere fact that our team made it out of the group stages to the knockout stages under such conditions? As a nation, we have to put our hands together for how they pulled a rabbit out of the hat. That history that they've created by qualifying for the knockout stages must not just be taken lightly. Our team gave skin, they gave blood and sweat and tears, they gave everything to achieve what they've achieved. And I want to put it out there to South Africa and to our Bafana team. They've done the nation proud under such trying and testing conditions by having a federation who has failed them in their preparations for such a World Cup, such a prestigious event. I don't know, I think we must start checking in SAFA who really played the sport, because you cannot be a netball player and be involved in football. Not unless you've played both. So I think we really need to look at these things, colleagues, honorable members. But I wanted to just highlight the point that our national pride, Bafana, went through hell to get to where they got. So that gives much greater respect for them. I think they would have done better if they had the right support team around them, excluding the coach, Hugo Bruce, who's done a sterling job. It must have been very trying. And also Helman Makalela, sterling job. It must be very trying for the support staff that was there to subject our players to what they've just been subjected to and what has just been confirmed by the CEO. In as much as he did not want to, I'm very glad that it slipped out, that our players were extremely challenged. So I stand down on that particular point. I was thinking, who do I call upon to ask these questions? And then I thought, let me go to someone who's been deliberately excluded from partaking in this meeting. Because those who have been handpicked by the president to come and partake in this meeting has shown disrespect from the onset, such as Mr. Kolisi Sibam, because they came here with a mandate and not on our watch as the portfolio committee. I want to like to call on Mr. Bailey. Mr. Bailey.
I'm here, honorable member. I'm going to try to switch on the camera.
Thank you.
Just,
Before you interrogate
sorry.
Mr. Bailey.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Before you interrogate Mr. Bailey, Honorable Daniels, Mr. Bailey, do you normally have Zoom meetings?
You're talking about SAFA,
Yes,
Chairperson?
yes.
Yes, we do, periodically. And if you're
Have
going to
you
ask
had
me
a
when
case?
last, I don't know.
Had you had the
But
case where the CEO's video worked or not?
I cannot remember now, Chair. I cannot remember. And
Proceed,
I'm going
Honorable
to,
Daniels.
I just want to say, Chair, I'm going to have a problem with this camera because it gives me something here. Let me just read to you what it says. You cannot start your video because the host has disabled it. It says that.
Oh, you're sure you're not in bed, Mr. Bailey?
No, 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 no. I'm sitting in my
Proceed,
study,
Honorable
Chair.
Daniels.
Chairperson. Yeah, Mr. Bailey, can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much. Mr. Bailey, I just want to go back to what you said earlier on to the committee. Did I hear correctly that you were not invited to this meeting?
I was not invited, and even when there was an adjournment for the CEO to invite the NSC or the rest of the members, I still haven't received that. I've just checked my other phone to see for the emails. I still haven't received anything. But this link I received via our grouping, but not via the CEO.
Thank you so much. Mr. Bailey, did I also hear you correctly when you said that the delegation that was sent to this committee meeting today was put together by the President, Danny Jordan?
That's correct. That was said in the meeting. If we play the tapes of the NEC meeting, it will be in there.
All right. What did he say?
And I'm not sure exactly who, but the bottom line was that the president will put the delegation together for this meeting.
Thank you
And
so
that's
much.
why, remember I said earlier, that's why when we received that notice from Chikani Baloy, I diarized it, but I didn't have details. So I know it is today.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Mr. Bailey, let me move on. It appears to me then that there are these factions in SAFA, which is not good for our country and for our nation. SAFA is not a political organization. I can understand with factions in politics, but I cannot appreciate the same in a federation leading the nation of our pride, a pride of our nation. It appears to me, honorable members, as if SAFA is operating like a cabal. And I'm saying that because if they have been handpicked to come and represent SAFA and others are excluded of the executive committee of SAFA, then I've got no other view other than seeing it as a cabal because of the cliques, evidently so, by what Mr. Bernard Bailey has just said to us. Now, when the elephants are fighting, the grass suffers. And literally, our players have been suffering. So I don't know whether it's a fair question to ask, but I'm still going to put it out there. I don't need to get a response. My question is, can these infighting in SAFA not have a bearing on the performance of our national pride, Bafana Bafana and Banyana Banyana? That is the question that bothers me, because this is not healthy. There's no point us putting out an image there that's not really so, whilst behind the scenes, behind the curtains, these infighting occurs. So I want to take you elsewhere, Mr. Bailey. I wouldn't expect you to give me the answer to the question I've asked.
If you want me just to have a 1 or 2 line on it, that and you're correct, honorable member, you cannot have development.
Before you continue, okay. I also want to remind you that you are under oath.
That's fine with me. I can only speak the truth. That's all I can do.
Go ahead, Mr. Bailey.
You cannot have development in a war situation. You cannot. A war is a war and development is development. So we need a peaceful situation. So I just want to concur with your statement, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Last thing I want some clarity on, because we are pressed for time. The National Assembly is sitting in an hour from now. So because of that, I just want to touch on something else. And again, I want to remind you that you are under oath. I've got a very keen interest when it comes to sport, football in the main. I'm aware of elections that took place, regional elections, and those elections are important. Those elections are held so that these people who are elected then ends up going to national to vote for your upcoming elections, which is, when is that elections that you guys going to have now, Safa?
12 September.
12 September. So thank you. So these regional elections take place so that these people can then be sent to the nationals so they can partake in the voting. So I understand the dynamics of how important these elections are, because that will ultimately determine the outcome of who's going to be the president and the new executive of South African Football Association. Is that correct, Mr. Bailey?
That's correct.
Right. Now, I want to draw your attention, and I really hope, I'm going to remind you again, you're under oath. I really hope that you, if you don't know about it, then please refer me to somebody else in this meeting.
Okay.
Sarah Bartman, an election was held already. Is that correct?
On Saturday, and it collapsed.
It collapsed. All right. Pause just there. That meeting collapsed on Saturday. We're talking about the weekend past.
The weekend past, yes.
2 days ago, 3 days ago. Right.
That's correct.
Maybe we should ask why the meeting collapsed. I'm interested, Honorable Dennis.
Yes, that is my thing. I just want to check. So when a meeting collapsed, I know the meeting collapsed, Chairperson. I was just testing to see the honesty. When we as politicians, when we have elections, the IEC oversees our elections.
That's correct.
Do you not have an audit committee or some structure or statute or entity that's there to oversee the elections? And what other people have?
Yeah, every region got their own way of how they're doing it. I can tell you quickly, like the SAFA Cape Town one, we got our own electoral committee and an electoral appeals committee. In the instance of Sarah Bartman, they do have the auditors where the nominations must be sent to, and they would then do that. But what we've also what we found nowadays
just
is
hold
that,
on, just hold on, just
okay.
Mr. Bailey.
Okay.
Nominations are sent to the auditors, right? Is that what
To
you
the
said?
auditors, yeah. The
Right.
independent auditors.
All good. Now, I also want you to tell us who is eligible to stand, because those names are forwarded.
Yeah.
Please continue.
Yes, now it would be members in good standing, individuals in good standing. Those names are forwarded in, if I can just branch it down to a regional level, it would be then those LFAs that's in good standing, and when it goes down to LFA level, it is clubs in good standing, and it goes then to members level, then it's individuals in good standing. So it means that if you're not in good standing with SAFA, the auditors will then kick you out.
So, Mr. Bailey, I've got 2 questions for you. I'll club them together so that I'm going to give you an opportunity to explain to us and take us into confidence, please.
Okay.
I need to know why the meeting collapsed, 1. And my last question, with the auditing firm being there, they must have come up with findings. Please tell us what their findings were. Thank you.
Okay. Chair and honorable members, I'm going to explain this to the best of my ability. Okay. And if I take time, you can call me to order, but I want to explain to the best of my ability. The auditors, and I haven't got the name of the firm which I can send on, which I can send to the committee.
Please do.
Okay. And I will give the affidavit also, which they've released yesterday, Monday. The elections took place was supposed to take place on Saturday, and SAFA via our CEO deployed 2 people, Fina Mzinkulu and Chris Chuana. And just for the record, both of them are not members of the membership committee. But this is a point I want to raise later on. And these things which I'm raising now, honorable members, we have sent these things to SASCOC, we have sent it to FIFA, we have sent it twice to both organizations, and both haven't responded to our concerns. And we are tempted to send this full document of 13 pages. It's a letter of 13 pages of our concerns to FIFA and to SASCOC, and we will send it to the portfolio committee because we need to take you into our confidence that you understand what is happening in our organization, our beloved organization, SAPA. So these nominations were sent to the audit firm. The audit firm received it. But mysteriously, the audit firm on Saturday said they are not available to attend. And then a document appeared on a letterhead of the audit firm and signed on behalf of the audit firm as to who are eligible and who are not eligible. The delegates present then produced their proof that that document of the so-called audit firm is wrong because they took photos of their nomination sheets, and the outcome of the audit firm is not what they have submitted. So then the delegates from SAFA, Fina and Chris Joanna, they argued that that should be accepted, and they read from there, and they say the nominations or the elections will be conducted according to that. The LFA stood their ground and they said, no, you are not going to do that because the auditors, what they've submitted to the auditors and what is now being read out is wrong. The meeting then collapsed like that. There was a standoff between the SAFA delegation and the delegates. Then on Monday morning, first thing Monday morning, the delegation from the LFAs went to the audit firm, confronted the audit firm with that document, which we will also give to you, honorable members, with that document. And that document, the audit firm said, no, this is not even our letterhead. We never signed this thing either. So we gave, the LFAs gave that leadership, the chair or the president and the secretary up to this morning, 10 o'clock, to correct that situation and to call an executive meeting to correct the situation in itself. By this morning, 10 o'clock, they did not. So now the LFAs went to the police station to bring charges against SAFA because it was their delegates who read and insisted this is the correcting, and against the leadership, the president and the secretary of Sarah Bartman. I'm giving you the story, honorable member, to the best of my knowledge, and I will back it up with documentary proof.
Mr. Bailey, this is very alarming. This is very disturbing, and this is not healthy. I just want to ask you, there's no such a thing as an obvious question or an obvious answer. I don't want to assume at this stage. Mr. Bailey, what has happened? I don't know your background, if you're an attorney or not an attorney, doesn't matter, but does it appear to you in layman's terms that this is tantamount or synonymous to fraud and corruption?
I'm going to leave that one to the investigating officers to pronounce on it. I'm just a normal accountant. So we will produce everything and they can pronounce on it.
Then my only question, Chairperson, that I have before I hand back to you, thank you, Chairperson, is that these elections, these contestations, that my question is, in your view, does this have a direct bearing or influence on the outcome of the upcoming elections of next month for SAFA?
100%, honorable member. I can give you Francis Bart was told they must have a rerun. ZFM in Northern Cape was put under administration. Cape Winelands was stolen. There's an arbitration now, or is about to be lodged, about what happened in Cape Winelands. Amajuba the same, Eriguala the same. Nelson Mandela Bay had the pre-arbitration yesterday. The announcement will be made tomorrow. Sedibeng. And so we can continue, honorable member. The conditions on the ground. And when we send you the 13-page letter and the documentation that's attached to it, you will see the situation on the ground is not conducive to have free and fair elections in itself. And we as footballers As normal footballers, we're praying and we're asking for your help. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Chairperson.
Yes, please wrap up, honorable member.
Yes, I want to request through you, Chairperson, that SAFA submit all these documentation that Mr. Bailey has been referring to the committee and to the office of the minister. I want to know, Chairperson, this is not healthy. I want to know what role SASCOC is going to play, because I'm disturbed but not surprised that SASCOC did not respond to communication being sent to them, because if my memory serves me well, we had the same challenges the last time we had another federation here, and a world federation, and I had to interfere when SASCOC were dragging their feet, karate in particular. And we've seen all that communication. So I'm seeing the same movie playing out with football and SASCOC, where SASCOC is not responding because they want to do what they normally do, is not to stand up and be firm and do the necessary in the interest of the federation and the sports it represents. So I don't know what powers we have, Chairperson. I would like the answers to it. Because it appears to me that the upcoming elections of South African Football Association is a mess, and it may not be fair. And if it's not going to be fair by all the material facts before us and those we are about to receive, what do we do as far as that is concerned? Because it will be hijacked because of a cabal, in my view, that's running SAFA, and that is not what the country and the nation needs. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. This is oversight at the highest level, and this is what some people don't want to hear, but the country deserves to hear this. Even now, as the portfolio committee, we don't want to blow the whistle on what is transpiring within SAFA, but we want to know and want to do our oversight. Mr. Bailey, how is the finances of SAFA?
We will be in a good position this year because of the windfall of the World Cup in itself. I'm worried still about the liabilities being more than the assets. Like I said, we might be liquid now, but as we move outside the World Cup period, we might find ourselves in a situation where we've been before. And that situation we have to improve.
I remember when I went through my reading last night, the revenue was the last year, November, explained 250 million with expenses over 384 million. So, but at least, like you said, I think the World Cup was over 200 million. Hope no private jets, although I don't agree with the late announcement of the team. There was a prelim announcement, so I don't believe in that reasons. Honorable members, I have received correspondence from two members who would like to change their positions on the speakers list. As I have it, I will now call upon Honorable Mtetwa, who will be in the place of Honorable Mataung. Following Honorable Mtetwa, it will be Honorable Khabo and then Honorable Mataung. Please proceed in that fashion.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Mataung, for allowing me to swap positions with you. Chair, my name is Eugene Mtetwa. I'm a member of this Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture, and on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters. Chair, I assume that the President did not even agree to come and join this meeting, regardless of Mr. Simba requesting him to come in.
Honorable Eugene Mtetwa, my apologies. I have received a WhatsApp from the Portfolio Secretary, who have indicated through the Secretary of the President of SAFA that, and I will read it, I am at the doctor. It was from Dr. Jordan, received from the CEO as well. I want to apologize and I want to wish Dr. Danny Jordan well. Please proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. I think the best description of what's happening here is when they say it in Songa, go haba order like I. There's no order here. And I want to start with reminding the minister that I said to him at some point, it is very important who advises him. He cannot place the responsibility of advisory from the portfolio committee or on portfolio committee to have advised him with the NAC thing. We only appreciated his decision, but how the problem is the procedural ways, what we often talk about here. Now, one of the things that the department has mentioned is the recognition that was given to Bafana Bafana and Banyana Banyana. The discrepancy, again, that were raised previously, it now emerges again. Bafana Bafana is given 5 million, Banyana Banyana is given 1 million. Why that? Can I have
A
the
response
department
from
or
the
the minister
department?
responding?
The question is, does Bafana Bafana get 5 million and Banyana Banyana get 1 million?
Gender equality.
Yeah, you know, we must not try to, I want to find the right word, to play to the gallery, Honorable Chair. Let me explain to you why. The Honorable Mtetwa is many times attended male soccer matches himself, but he doesn't attend Banyana matches. The stadiums are empty with Banyana. We have not managed to raise enough sponsorship for Banyana. So they are not at the same level at this moment. If you look at South Africa, and it's not only Honorable Mtetwa, all of us have not been given the same attention to women's football, for instance, that male football gets. I'll be inundated for tickets when there's a match, but nobody's ever asked me since I became a minister for tickets to a Banyana game. I'm making that example to say that I have stood up and I said that we have to kickstart the league. We have to put 100 million as a department aside in the next financial year to start the league. I have gone to Sasol, and after they have felt betrayed and ill-treated, and they wanted to withdraw, I'm the one that met with Sasol and said, please. And Sasol has done more than anybody in this country to put money into women's football, to even make the money more. And there's no company that has done what Sasol has done. My point is being that it is the revenue that the women's football team brings, and all of that is not yet on the level of the male soccer team. But we are getting there. I'm not giving men's football 100 million in the next financial year, but I'm giving women's football 100 million. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
It's okay, Minister. I was deliberate by asking why. I was asking the reason why. You've given me the reason. But this is following up on the questions that I asked previously, which we related to the fact that even at SAFA, there are discrepancies in terms of salaries. You have women footballers not paid equally to male, regardless of us as a country moving forward to the issue of gender equality. It is immaterial what is there, but we need to set an example and set the tone as part of the political parties, as part of government, as part of those who are saying we are taking the country forward. Having said that, whilst on the discrepancies of salaries, you are one person who says that we must put South Africans first, Minister. But I'm directing this question to SAFA. SAFA, putting South Africans first. How much are you paying, or were you paying Hugo Boss as a coach? SAFA?
Sorry, Chairperson, Honorable Mtetwa. Hugo Boss is cologne and perfume. It's Hugo Bros.
Oh, Hugo Bros. Today I'm terrible with names. I even called you Davis instead of. Sorry about that. Hugo Bros. How much were you paying Hugo Bruce SAFA? Hey, madoda. Kwathula kwathi xwala endlini.
If I may, Chair. Through
Please
you, Chair.
proceed, CEO.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think the question on salaries has been put forward to us before, and we have put it to members that we cannot disclose salaries of coaches.
No,
Can
no,
I
no,
just
no,
stop you
ma'am.
there, CEO? Can I
No,
just
no,
stop
no,
you
no.
there? Can
I
I
cannot
just
answer
stop
the
you there?
question,
There is
Chair.
just no way that you are going to get away with this today. I received a letter. I've requested the department to forward the letter to SAFA. You are going to reveal that information live here today. You are not going to hide behind the PAIA Act. We received the letter and I was searching for it. Please search that letter so that I can read it here today again to SAFA.
I cannot answer that question, Chair.
Mr. Sibam, can you answer the question that's why I wanted the president. Mr. Sibam, can you answer the question, how much was paid to Hugo Bruce?
Through you, Chair. Chair, I chair the Finance Committee, which is an oversight committee like the current committee we're at. And we get financial reports, and financial reports don't normally have this detail. That goes down to like your transactions, like your payroll and the rate of salary. So I don't have that information. So I won't be able to answer it.
Chair, can I please come in there? Chair, with your permission.
Please, Minister, can the portfolio secretary please source that letter for me that I received from Advocate Pensik, I think. Proceed, Minister.
Honorable Chair, you know, I would want to talk to SAFA directly. The salary of the president of this country is not a secret.
Exactly.
There's no coach in the world. There's no coach in the world that they do not tell what his salary is. There's no coach that has a secret salary everywhere in the world. That does not make problems where there's no problems. I think Hugo Bruce was paid 11 million rands per year, if I'm not mistaken, Honorable Chair. But I can check that because this is not an issue of, we just must be forthright. How much was the man paid? So, Honorable Chair, I will try to access that information and come and tell, but I'll ask SAFA to just give it. The financial committee people are on this chat. You're not speaking, you're speaking to the portfolio committee. Can we just give the amount that the coaches have been paid? Even your salaries are not a secret working for a public institution. SAFA belongs to the people. And people must know how much we earn. My salary, I can be asked now, my salary, I wouldn't hide if the committee asked me. Thank you, Honorable Chair. But we
Thank
cannot
you,
hide
Minister.
the
The CEO is not going to get away with that. I received a letter from the information regulator. It is with regard to the protection of personal information. The information that was sent to me, the regulator drives its constitutional mandate from Section 14 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. As an independent body, the regulator therefore is subjected to the Constitution. Now, I want to read what has been sent to me. The regulator wishes to register its concern regarding a growing trend among certain public and private bodies that increasingly invoke POPIA as a basis to withhold information to deflect accountability that called upon to account. This practice is inappropriate and inconsistent with the constitutional architecture governing transparency, CEO, oversight, and public accountability. The regulator further reiterates that the privacy implications and requirements of both POPIA and PAIA must always be considered when processing personal information. However, these considerations cannot and do not limit the constitutional powers of this parliament. It is essential. I actually want to read the growing trend. The regulator recognized that the information sought by Parliament from SAFA falls within the definition of the personal information. In this regard, it is therefore necessary to draw the attention to the definition of personal information as set out in Section 1 of the POPIA Act. Information relating to the indefinable living natural person and where it's applicable, NNN. Having regard to the above definition, the regulator emphasizes that the processing of personal information must always be carried out in a lawful manner that does not infringe upon the privacy. We want to draw the attention to this committee, not me, to this committee, to the previous section which set out the justification process. Personal information may only be processed if the data subject is a completed person, where the data subject is a child, consists of NNN. I want to raise the concern. The portfolio committee's attention is drawn to the Constitutional Court case of, and there's references been made. This letter must go out to the public as well. Salary information of employees of entities such as SAFA falls squarely within the type of information required for effective oversight, especially regarding expenditure, human resource, compliance, and accountability. Personal information required by Parliament may therefore be made available. CEO, what is the salary?
Chair, I would appreciate it if you could share this letter with me.
Can you put the CEO out of my meeting, please?
So that I can,
Please
so
put the
that I
CEO
can
out of,
consult
delete her from
our legal
this
people
platform.
so that we can,
Please.
we can respond
Please
accordingly.
delete,
I
put
cannot
the CEO out of my meeting.
This is the cabal that we're talking about.
I cannot disclose the coach's salary. I cannot
Can you
disclose
delete the
any of my
CEO? This
employees'
letter has been sent to
Chairperson, can I raise on a point of order?
Thank
Can I
you,
raise on a point of
Honorable
order,
Khabu.
Chairperson? Yes, Chairperson, I would like to raise a point of order in relation to the response that the CEO has provided. Now that you have cited the POPIA and relevant pieces of POPIA which indicates that such information must be provided, I wanted to check as to whether which piece of legislation is the CEO relying on, and also, Chairperson, request you not to fall into a trap of chasing the CEO out, because that's another way of her always making sure that she's not held accountable. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
The last sentence by Advocate Pansy Klakula says, please do not hesitate to contact the regulator should a committee require any further guidance on the appropriate application of POPIA on parliamentary processes. Is there anyone within SAFA that can respond to that question being asked by Honorable Mtetwa?
Chairperson, let me also assist. According to the executive powers, or rather the appointment of coaches, it is the executive that appoints coaches, meaning it is the board, it is the executive committee which entails the president, the deputy presidents, and other officials. Now, there is no way that you would have a situation where you are going to appoint a coach and you don't get figures. So the response even by Mr. Simba, it's not correct. If he sits in the board, he would know, because this is discussed at that level. So SAFA cannot come here and hide behind. The reason why the CEO is running away, they do not want to disclose the discrepancy. Maybe let me allow other board members or other executive members who are here to indicate and tell us the truth or the lies. Mr. Bailey, how much?
If I may, Chair, just to respond to this point by Honorable Mr. Mtetwa, Chair.
I couldn't get
Mr. Sibam.
May I respond, Chair?
On what, Mr. Sibam? On the salary?
Yeah, on what?
Yeah, you see, also members
can I respond,
don't ask questions They already know the answers. We know it's 16 million per annum. We know what was offered to Pizzo as well. We know all these things. We are not asking questions that we don't know the answers. Please respond.
Yes, Chair, to what the Honorable Member, Mr. Mtetwa, is raising. When the NEC approved the appointment of Mr. Hugo Bruce, the salary that was 8 million, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
8 million per year or per month?
Yes, Chair, but then the final figures I don't know, but that was the amount that was approved by the NEC, Chair, when the appointment was approved. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
Mr. Bailey, cross-examination. Mr. Bailey, what was the salary of Mr. Hugo Bruce before he left?
I just want to continue where Mr. Sibam left off. He's right. That was the initial salary. But when it was worked out in terms of the tax and all those things and what's that, bonuses, it comes to nearly 16 million. And I think Mr. 16, I think Mr. Sibam must just confirm that, but I think it was close to that, if it was not on the dot.
Okay, 16 million. How much are you offering Pitso Msimane as a coach that you are? And in consideration also, please indicate how far are you in terms of that appointment, because Bafana is approaching AFCON. And there's a situation that exists. You have made an offer to Pitso Msimane. How much is that offer?
Is that also my question, Honorable Member?
Yes, Mr. Bailey.
Okay. I can tell you what was discussed in the executive meeting, NEC meeting, and then we can take it from there.
Yes.
It was reported in the NEC meeting that the initial offer of 5 million was not accepted by Pitso, if I can refer to him as Pitso, was not accepted. After long deliberation.
That's fine. That's fine. Where you are, that's fine. That's what I wanted, the number.
That was the initial offer. There was a final one as well, that there was a range given that the maximum would be that we will take it up to 10 million. And what happened after that, I don't know.
Now, can somebody respond to me and make sense to us and to the nation at large? Pitso Msimane, a South African coach, a black coach, who has so much that he has achieved, a well-decorated coach, even far better than the former coach and other coaches that have ever been appointed by SAFA. He's offered less than any other with 2 assistants. His salary jointly with 2 assistants is far less than what you were offering Hugo Bruce and others. Why is that? You said you are going to answer questions, Safa. Can Safa answer questions? Why was Pitso offered 5 million and ultimately offered this when he is well decorated, far above that, above all those that have been coaches, especially foreign coaches? Minister, put South Africans first. This is what I'm not asking you to answer the question. I'm asking something I'm saying.
Through the chair, I went to check how much Hugo Bruce earns so that we can speak in context. So I just want to take the committee in confidence. Through you, Chair, may I just give the amounts here?
Yeah, please go for it, Minister.
Hugo Bruce got annually 16.8 million. It's around 1.4 million a month. That excludes car, accommodation, driver. I just want to put in context so that it must not be saying that we are not answering the portfolio committee.
Yeah, thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
It's tax money. Thank you.
Why is Pitso offered less as a South African coach, black coach, more decorated than all other coaches you've ever appointed? And just before the AFCON, by the way, You are under pressure now. You are putting him under pressure to sign this. Why, SAFA? Can SAFA please respond? Chairperson, can SAFA please respond? Is it the end of the meeting? Can SAFA please respond?
Mr. Sibam, you are now steering the ship.
No, Chair, I will expect my seniors, the vice presidents, to respond.
Oh, I thought that you were the senior when we started.
No, Chair, you deposed me from my...
When we started, you shoot off first.
Yeah, you deposed me, so my bosses must respond. Thank you, Chair.
We're discussing public funds here. We can't have the secrets.
Chair.
Mr. Zwane.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the context is that the NEC took a decision in that NEC, and the final the resolution of the NEC, I'm talking about what happened in the NEC, is the 10 million. That's the final resolution of the NEC. Now, in reality, is that they might have other activities that happened before the NEC itself. So I can't speak about that, particularly when it comes to the 5 million. I can only speak about the 10 million that the NEC had approved. But you'll recall, the Chair, that earlier Mr. Zibam indicated that the NEC approved 8 million for Hugo Bros. But during the negotiations, depending on the dynamics of the negotiations, the money grew to this amount that has been mentioned by Mr. Bailey now with the minister. So, of course, as the board were not part of the negotiations, we might not be privy for now what is happening and what will be the final outcome of that negotiations. But
So
I
I'm not
must
talking about
indicate,
the
just to
final
clarify,
outcome. I'm asking a simple question. Why? What did you use? What informed your decision to offer?
I'm trying to indicate. I'm saying the 5 million issue was not what the NEC offered. The NEC offered 10 million. That's the final resolution.
Who offered 5 million?
That is why I said I can't talk about activities that happened before the NEC. I'm not privy to.
But as an MEC, you are the accounting officers of that structure.
I agree.
You are the monitoring structure of what happens under, and you take accountability.
That is
so
why
you can't say that you don't know who offered 5 million.
No. The CEO, the team, the administrative team are the ones that were dealing with that issue. But the NEC took a resolution on the 10 million.
Who reports to the executive from that?
It's the CEO. I wanted to clarify. I wanted to clarify, honorable member, sorry for that. I wanted to also clarify that the offer concern it's solely for the coach, not his assistants and the backroom staff. This money, it's meant for the coach himself. And
I hear you. Okay, I hear you. But I'm saying Hugo Bruce was getting higher than what you are offering. And this is our own that we pride in. This is our national pride. The coach that belongs to all South Africans, that is loved by South Africans, who has so much decorations around him. You agree to that. But then when you approach him, you want to offer him less than what you were offering, the white foreigner. What is behind that? What was behind the thinking?
Chair, through you. I think, Honorable Mtetwa, it's exactly what the NEC were as it deliberated, that whatever exercise that might have been done before the NEC is not going to take that particular cue. We had then resolved that the amount of 10 million should be tabled. And of course, understanding the exact dynamics that had been explained here, issues of taxes and other things. The money might be more than the 10 million, but all I'm saying is that the NEC can account for the 10 million that they put on the table.
Okay, let me take you to another one.
Honorable Teta,
as the-
before you proceed,
Yeah.
I have requested the professional staff, the portfolio secretary, to remove the CEO from my meeting. She did not want to give information for the second time. Please remove the CEO from this meeting. She's
Okay,
not welcome in this meeting.
Chairperson, before you remove the CEO, please.
Please, can I finish my questions because I also have to leave?
Before you finish your question, portfolio secretary, remove the CEO from this meeting.
In any case, Chairperson, the NEC is the accounting officer before us.
Exactly.
They are the technical.
Zoleka?
Can I remove myself, Chair?
No, I'm asked that you must be removed.
Okay,
Don't
I'll
remove
wait to be-
yourself.
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay, Chair, let me continue with my question. Now, those who were part or who are part of this organization would know how much did FIFA give you as SAFA, and how much was gotten by Hugo Bruce from that amount that FIFA gave in comparison to how much Mkelele got. Can you give us figures, please? Safa?
Chair, in terms of the FIFA prize money, SAFA is going to receive 12 million US dollars from FIFA for reaching the round of 32. And in line with the contract of the coaches, the head coach is entitled to 10%, and then the assistant coach 15%.
Point of order, that is not correct, Honorable Chair. I'm sorry.
Minister.
How can the assistant coach get more than the coach, Honorable Chair? Thank you. More than the coach.
No, sorry, if I mix the numbers, I was saying the head coach gets 10% and the assistant coach gets 5%.
So this assistant coach is making a killing. These are the discrepancies, Minister. When I'm raising this deliberately because you are one person who's been saying that put South Africans first. So SAFA is not putting South Africans first, yet it is serving the very same. And the challenge, the biggest challenge that I want to present to this committee and you as the minister and the country at large, it is because we do not own these national teams. They are national by names, but they are owned by certain individuals and cabals. They are not registered under the government, or rather the law that governs this country. So it's one thing that we would want to change as EFF. We would want to present that particular private members bill that says government, as government, we should own these national assets so that they live beyond our existence. Having said that, let me continue with my questions because I can see that we are not getting anywhere with SAFA. It's not willing to tell the truth, but this must be taken to task. Minister, we must take this to task. We cannot have our own coach, South African, who's decorated better than others, who's more qualified than others being given a lesser amount. That's totally undermining our South Africans. It is undermining our own Black people, and it cannot be under our watch. This is exactly the same thing. What happens with the arts and culture? You said that artists are coming from abroad, and I'm going to hold you accountable for that. You know, when you say the department invites artists to come from abroad, contrary to putting South Africans first, when South Africans are starving and don't have jobs, then those that are coming from abroad, they are brought in here and they're paid huge amounts. It's the same thing that is happening even within the sector, the creative sector. Those that are coming from outside, they are paid more than the local artists. And that is why when we talk about job creation, we need to start doing that exactly that. We can't do that in other sectors, and we have creative sector that has no program that creates job. When we say we are creating jobs, we mean shows. The shows, the one-day event, that's not a job. That is not a job. We need to have consistent jobs for everybody, and it must rotate. It must not only be amongst the sectors of friends. But having said that, 1.7 million after deduction of Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, you deducted 5 million that you had given as an advance to SAFA. That 5 million was an advance, and it was advance in view. It was money that you said on your own that it was allocated for women participation in sports. Now, when you then gave them in the next financial year, you gave them 1.7 because you had to deduct the 5 million. How do you then explain the support for women in sports when SAFA has got 1.7 million only to focus on women's participation? And that money was to pay salaries, not even to say it was for a particular program.
I think just before I answer your question, let me just correct something that you just said, which is totally untrue.
Yeah.
I never said, when I talked about international artists, I never said the department has not booked an international artist, and we don't intend to do so anytime soon. We've not done that. But we have to create a pipeline. And I think I'm not going to sit here and agree that local artists should be paid the same as... How do I pay Beyonce the same that I pay a local artist? It doesn't make sense. That's not how the music industry works or function. Artists get paid according to how they can fill a 90,000-seater stadium. And so that's not something I decide on. Black Coffee is getting the same as international artists, and he's a South African. In fact, Black Coffee gets more than most international DJs per gig. So it's not me booking any artist. I just didn't want this lie to stand because it's not true. Secondly, the issue of SAFA, when we took that money, it was for salaries. I cannot, as a minister, Honorable Chair, it's December. Women with kids that played football with families and our players must go December without money. And instead of just giving them a gift, because there's no teachings in giving people just a handout, I then advance them the money with the sole belief that SAFA will then get their house in order in the months after that and then try to balance the books. But I couldn't in always a clear conscience knowing that I am the minister and people are going the whole of December without salaries. If that was if I'm faced with the same situation again this year, I will do the exact same thing. Thank you very much, Honorable Mteto.
Thank you, Minister. I will again repeat it. Listening is a skill. We can get into the recording of what you said initially. You said you are inviting post-2010 artists. They started coming because now the environment in South Africa is I guess it is willing, it is allowing that. And you said you invite, I think I wrote it down immediately when you said that you are inviting, but that is not my argument. All I'm saying is that we cannot say one thing on the other side and say the other another thing on the other side. I questioned you, even if you remember, in one of our sittings, I said, you are saying put South Africans first. Would you consider the same in football? Would you tell SAFA that they must put South Africans first, soccer players, because we have so much soccer players from outside, and our own soccer players are going outside. They get paid better when they are outside. Now, if you are saying, and you said no, because that's a special skill, and I want to tell you, there's nothing special that South Africans cannot do. It's only that we look down upon our own. And unfortunately, this sector is often it's often shortchanged, because what we are saying, it is contrary to us developing our country. We need to export. Any country that can boast of wealth, it talks about exportation of our own services, own culture, businesses, products. But if we are importing, we are not making money, we are spending outside. And this is against even the protection of our own industries, which is a policy. It's a policy, economic policy, that you can also apply to say we will protect our industries against the foreign. That's what America does. But we always go for America that doesn't even form part of the signatories in the cultural diversity that has been put forward by UNESCO. They don't want other people to come and patriotism that you talk about. America is patriotic towards its own, but we are so receptive to America that doesn't even welcome us, embrace us. Black Coffee did it on its own. No government entity can say Black Coffee made it because he was supported by us. No one can say that. So that's just something we can discuss outside this. I'm not going to pin you down on that one, but I want to say, in view of what we have in front of us, even the issue of VAR, there are contradicting statements here, Chair. In the previous meeting where we were talking about VAR, we were told that there are people who have already been taken to train around that. If I remember asking that again and again, to say, have you said that you are going to get something from FIFA? So something like it's a guideline or something, a document that talks about training on VAR. And I asked, you said part of what you have spent on is people being trained to run the VAR. And I said, you have trained them, but you are still going to get the manual from FIFA. Which one? Which is which? So let us be careful. We are not here to become opposition of the department or to fight with department or to fight with anybody, but we want things to be done correctly. SAFA lacks governance. That is why we are faced with this situation. And we said it even previously that there was glaring lack of governance. It is again playing itself today. I don't know when to, if there's a deputy president who doesn't even get invited to meetings. How many times does the president, the current president, attends the NEC meetings? That would be my closing
Question to SAFA.
Chair. SAFA, how many times does the president attend? Because remember, previously we were told that not the extended NEC attends meetings. It is a closed circuit, meaning the top, I don't think whether it's top seats or what, that attends meetings. And I said, that's not governance. It can't be. So can I get that answer how many times? And I will be closing with my remarks and then leave you in peace. Does the president attend?
Chair, the president of the association attends the NEC meetings, all of them.
Mr. Bernard Bailey, do you attend NEC meetings?
Yes, I do, and the president attend all the meetings.
Thank you
Mr.
for
Zwane.
confirming that. How many members do attend the meetings? Have you changed? Because previously when we were dealing with this, we highlighted the need for you to change. It shouldn't be business as usual and tell us that there's a particular clique or crony or a group, a small group that takes decisions on behalf of the NEC. And NEC, the entire NEC will just endorse the decision taken by the few. Have you changed that?
Chair, just
Sorry,
from my side,
sorry,
is that
please.
okay?
Through you, Chair,
Please proceed.
what I'd like to say, first of all, is that most of the members, 99%, I will say, they do attend meetings. In the last meeting, for instance, I was not present because I was in Morocco with Banyana Banyana. I'm quite disappointed that from members that are sitting here today from Portfolio Committee or the Minister, no one sent any encouraged messages to Banyana Banyana. We went through very difficult times, and thanks, I must say, to SAFA, whatever we request, we had. And I'm talking because you know me as Anastasia Tsiklas. I'm always, one thing I have in my life is how to develop women football. And as I say, I must be honest that all the difficulties we had in Morocco, and it was quite a lot because a lot of things as Moroccans, they haven't done it to us. Perhaps because we are South Africans, that is something for the government to decide. And I can have a report to that if you, request. But I must be honest that when it comes to SAFA, I just had to make a phone call, and always we had that help, and I'm thankful of that. When it comes to Banyana Banyana, I'm very passionate about. And I must say that, the only time some of the women or men, they will miss a meeting, most of the times is because they head of delegations of one of our national teams. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think it's
thank you,
something
Bev.
that the Minister addressed, the Honorable Mtetwa, and that is also to, give our attention to other federations, especially women's sport. I think that is important, and it's something that all of us, the portfolio, the department, as well as other entities have to work on. Honorable Mtetwa, please.
My closing
close.
remarks, Chair. That is why I was asking, Chair, about the 5 million that was deducted and SAFA ended up with the 1.7. How did it affect, how has it affected the Banyana Banyana and others in terms of women participation in sport? I did not get an answer on that, but I want to say, maybe to Chitlas to ask this question: do you ever see any woman in SAFA becoming the president of SAFA? Is SAFA ready for a woman leadership?
Thank you. I'm very proud to say that if you remember, 35 years ago, we didn't have any woman in football, or maybe some secretaries and so on. Look the development now. SAFA sent us, and I'm talking about myself as well as other women, to America, to different countries to study women's football. Why? Because they were advanced. Then they came here. Even the Americans, they came here. And they learned a lot from us as well. Now, the thing is that as women, we develop so much. I will say yes, in future, we do have ladies that they are capable of taking SAFA presidency. But this must come with a lot of experience, and I'm not talking about myself because I won't be available, but I'm talking about we have young women who they are working very hard. Some of them they're on
Ma'am,
clubs.
my question is, do you see a woman in the midst of all what you know about SAFA? Do you see a woman becoming the president of SAFA in any time near the future?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you very much. Minister, it's not about the issue of, you see, when you do things, don't do things because you feel you are emotionally driven to do so. There are policies, because if I could ask you that 5 million you gave them for salaries, it's a good gesture. But if there are policies that were followed, you will find yourself in trouble that you did not follow certain policies. And that's what we are alerting the department on. And I had suggested, because we also give superior logic, I had suggested that maybe instead of the department taking the whole 5 million and retaining just a little amount of money for women participation, you could divide that into a number of payments so that it becomes a installment, so that you give them that relief, so that the women participation program doesn't suffer because you were so kind in December for holidays. Thanks, Chairperson. No
Thank you,
further
Honorable
questions.
Tetwa. I'm now going to call upon Honorable Khabo. Minister, you want to say something?
I just wanted to say, I just wanted to, what you call it, what you always use, Chair, to rebuttal what Honorable Tetwa is saying.
You may have
When
a
he says,
rebuttal.
yeah, I love that one. Honorable Tetwa, we don't just pay people out of our pockets here and say take. There's policies. Your superior knowledge is not needed when it comes to me following and adhering to policies. I follow and adhere to policies, and 5 million was the amount needed. SAFA then sent me what is the salary bill. I didn't just pay, I saw it. So I can't be, when people are in trouble, I'm the type of political leader, I solve a problem now. Now I must pay people in trouble, they salary in installments. I couldn't do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Khabo, I also want to remind members that Parliament has just started. Those who have 2 gadgets, please, or other gadgets, ensure that you enter into that meeting as well with your focus on here, Honorable Khabo.
Chairperson, if that is the case, because I was going to propose that for the interest of time, either maybe you allow me to make my inputs during the second session. Now that the president would have to respond, and some of us were expected to get inside, so one would not be able to participate fully. If the chair would allow me either to make my submission later on the second round.
I think that's a great idea. Let's do that.
Thank you very much.
Parliament is starting now. The second session will start 5:30 this afternoon. The portfolio secretary will again send out another link, not the same link, another link. If that is in order, then I will also give a bite at the cherry to Honorable Mataung, who will be able then to factor those issues of concern into this, if that is in order with everyone. I am going to ask the SASCO president just to give a quick word of closure to us.
Thank you, Chairperson. And I found the discussions quite interesting, noting upfront that I've not received the emails on my desk, and I've already from SAFA Cape Town regarding the irregularities that they've mentioned, even though the president of SAFA Cape Town, Mr. Bennett Bailey, has said he sent it twice to our staff. I'll follow up on that, and if you want me back at 5:30 to give you an answer with regards to that, I'll be there as well. Other than that, my staff is following up, and I want to have reasons and answers as to why that important topic has not crossed my desk.
Yeah, may I also extend the invitation to SAFA if they would want to be part of that particular meeting. If we also, Mr. Bailey and Mr. Zwane.
No, Chairperson, sorry to barge in. Would plead that SAFA must form part. It must not be an option
Yes,
because some of the
yes,
questions are related to SAFA and the minister.
they have to because it's an extended of
Yes.
the issues that is outstanding. And
Can you
seeing
please
that,
listen to the president?
okay,
Please,
seeing
Chair.
that it's the next session, please convey to the CEO that she is welcome in that meeting. Thank you, honorable members. Minister, the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Baie dankie voorsitter.